Okay, I'm just doing a quick rearrange here, and then we'll be good to go. Wait, are we down a person? Let me see. Somebody.
Oh, McKeith, I think.
Oh.
And Kush is technically supposed. He was for this session too.
But he was in last session, so I'm like, I don't know.
Was it? Well, that's why I'm asking.
Those are the two we're missing, though.
Yeah, those are the two you're missing because I'm not even like signed up for today. I have something else I need to do. I just came in to ask that the question I had.
Yeah, no problem. If you're gonna be hanging around, you're welcome to join in the second day. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing it where, I'm gonna see if they want to do anything while on the ship. They're welcome to sneak off the ship and do whatever they want. But so and so won't be there if you're off for the first day. Good question though. What else?
Split the party, everybody.
I have messaged McKeith.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thanks.
Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Stream.
I think you guys are muted on the stream. Oh no, I actually didn't mute you guys. We can be heard.
Myself at least, but it's kind of low. It's not terrible, but it is cuts a little bit low.
It's not terrible, but it could be better.
Not complaining.
Oop, excellent. I switched everything. Oh well, they can watch me set it up now.
There's so many of them.
I looked and recoiled. That was weird. No, nah.
Yeah, I'd like McKeith to join before I arrange everything, but he's probably going to join after I arrange everything.
Well, I'll probably be dropping out of the call, so I can sub
True.
Like a placeholder for one person.
Ooh.
That's true. That's a good point.
I'm not logged in. That's why I can't.
Oh, so that's how you do this. Okay.
There's McKeith, so I don't even need to be a placeholder anymore.
Now you leave.
No, sorry. I looked at the time wrong. I thought it was at 7 p.m., but that's Central Time, not Pacific.
Yeah.
That was almost today.
That's for us. That's for us weirdos.
Yeah.
Oh, there's so many lines of people. Oh, I was confused. You're setting up the thing. like 10 of us. Is this the new setup? No more maps?
No, I have it. I have it so we can go to maps when we need to.
If he does a map, we'll have a map.
Because they may not have a map. It's a lot of work.
You know what we need?
We need
Dora.
stuff for when we fought Galdon and all them. Like, that was all with the overlays.
Now everyone needs to look into like the corners or like the Brady Bunch.
No, you're not allowed to do it.
That's a pretty good no. That's funny. Oh. Pop the wrong direction.
You gotta look, if you're sitting like this, you need to look right. My left, your right.
Who?
You.
Me?
Yeah.
Who's you?
You.
Remember that joke from Rush Hour?
They want you to look. What?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Both of you look right.
Like my camera's on my other monitor.
Yes. You get it.
No, I get it. I just won't do it.
How come? Never mind. I don't know how things work. I'm not gonna question.
Because it may make my video camera like flash thing worse. I don't know. It's definitely like a range thing. Yeah.
That's
like
so
when I get too
weird.
close to it, it does it. I don't know.
Maybe it's just like a problem within the camera.
Oh, it's because it's a piece of shit. That's definitely the reason.
Something wrong with like the focus.
You know what? I understand.
You know what? Next time I see you, I'll ask for it because I would really like it.
The camera I use, identical. It's just off to the side because I have another one.
Chris,
Okay, Seymour.
you messed everything up.
Alright.
Now
I
would be
am
the
done
perfect
being a
time for you to drop
placeholder.
out.
Alright, bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
See you in the stream.
Oh, there it
Oh
goes.
yeah, I guess I should pop the
Perfect.
cat out.
Got 4 viewers.
Drop out and drop back in real quick, 'cause I'm switching to my computer. I hope this doesn't mess everything up.
No,
It
you'll come
should.
back in.
You'll go right
When
back.
yeah.
Goes alphabetical.
Okay.
Is that how that works?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why Chris is at the front and I'm always behind him
Oh,
with
I was
Cole.
wondering.
I mean, it also has to do with whether or not you have your camera on. They prioritize you if you have your camera on.
Fair point.
Oh,
Right.
So should I not turn on my camera?
No, you can. It'll just rearrange us. That's fine. I don't use names anymore for that reason.
It won't change the
You
pricing.
just might pop up
Gotcha.
where Cush's picture is or where someone else's, but
That
we
is
should
more
all
like-
still be
Yeah.
lined up where it'll be alright.
Yeah.
The resolution is shit for some reason.
Nice.
Are you barbecuing, Kush?
I am. I'm waiting for the smoke to get going.
Are you cooking like the things that Zuck was cooking on that stupid video?
No. I'm just making
Okay.
some burgers instead of skewers.
Lakers.
Stream. First, you guys say stuff.
What do we do with a drunken
I'm saying
sailor?
stuff.
Dun, dun, dun,
What
dun,
do
Kush
we
dun,
do
is
with
saying
a
things.
sailor? What do we do with a
Things
drunken
are being
sailor?
said.
Early in the morning.
You throw him overboard.
Way up she rises, way up she rises, way up she rises, early in the morning. Yep. Shave his belly with a rusty razor.
What?
Shave his belly with a rusty razor. Shave his belly with a rusty razor.
That's
Early in the
not
morning.
sanitary.
Fuck. Okay. Does anybody have the stream open right now? Can you unmute yourself and see if you can hear you guys? No, I don't think you could. Yeah, I don't think you could.
Yeah.
What about
I don't
now?
think so either.
Can anyone hear anything? Hello. On the stream. I'm very quiet, but I
heard
can hear
Matt.
myself.
I heard.
Like I'm at a whisper.
Yeah.
Okay, in that case,
When will I find things that are cheap?
okay. Cole, I need you to talk for me.
I am talking. So yeah, I'm not sure what we're gonna be doing.
There we go.
I
Okay.
just know people went shopping. Yeah, I sounded better on the stream.
Shopping.
Okay, Kush, give me a sound check. Count to 10.
Muted? Okay, I'm not muted now. Hello. 1, 2, 10, 12, 8. Not sure how numbers work.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
You're good. Lithos, can you count to 10 for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
McKeet to 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, and
Just quiet.
they're all still quiet?
McKeet is no, just McKeet.
Oh, just McKeet?
No, just McKeet.
McKeet, try it again so I can...
I'll keep trying until you need me. I think I'm getting called once a second, but, I'll just keep talking until you say not. That's
Okay,
good?
I'm a little delayed, but yeah, he sounded better. That's
all right, I'll go...
And Sayri...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Do we really have to hear her?
I was able to hear everybody.
Pardon?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
She only has to hear herself for her spells to go off, right?
That's true. Okay. Where... Well, to pick up where we last left off, since some of you are currently present on the ship, we won't get ahead of ourselves just yet. Upon arriving in Dragontooth Cove, as many of you already know, you were skirted off by servants of the Pirate King to have a discussion. You went, talked with the Pirate King, observed her righteous fury for a brief moment, agreed to fight for the title of Pirate Lord between Gaston and his remaining... Gaston, Jesus. Who is that? The villain from Beauty and the Beast?
Nobody casts spells
Galdon.
like Gaston.
Fucking Gaston. He's not that
Great
evil.
flood like
Galdon.
No one leaves an island deserted like Gaston.
Galdon and his remaining crew, you guys fought against for the title of Pirate Lord. In the arena, in a certain area of this pirate town, you guys faced off against two beasts, or two groups of beasts, I should say. First, troglodytes, then a Reamerhoss. Hold up. Isn't Alarev supposed to be in this session?
I didn't see his name in the bulletin board thing.
Was he not on either of the bulletin boards?
He is not on either.
He is not on either.
Should I tag him and see if he's available?
Yeah, if you don't mind. I can't believe I fucking left him out.
Why you do him so dirty?
Jesus, how am I noticing that right now, too?
Someone's got to point that out to Chris. He's got a lot of names to keep track of.
Why didn't he message me? He's the one who probably should have.
He's probably just like, I guess I ain't playing this week.
Yeah, I thought that he must not have filled out the window meter, wasn't free or something, and that's why.
Did he say he was out on, deployment?
No, not yet.
No? Okay.
He's been back for a couple weeks.
Today's the 24th, right? No.
Kush would know.
Yeah.
Is he even here for? Can even be here for today? Let's see.
No, I mean, he's busy in the evening. I had him on my list for yesterday. I just don't know why he wasn't on the fucking...
Yeah, he's supposed to be available for right now.
Chart. He's not supposed to be available Sunday evening? I don't think he is.
Sunday
well, he stops becoming available at 9, which is a problem. But... he just won't get a full session. But yeah, if you could at him right now, I feel bad. I don't know.
Time?
Or
9 o'clock our time. 9 o'clock our time.
Okay, I was like, if it's 9 his time.
I have to look over my chart now. Where did I
mean, I'm closing tomorrow. I can be up late.
Yeah. Hey, here.
What's up?
I can give him a call real quick too.
Anyway,
well,
yeah, if you don't mind doing that.
Hold on.
So sorry, as I gotta head out for 15 minutes or something. I gotta do some shopping real quick for my parents. They're kind of tied down right now.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Okay.
I get it.
Yeah.
You
I'll be
can
back.
listen in on Twitch from our
I can.
Yes, feel free to.
Yeah. Just that way you don't have to catch me up.
True.
Okay. We will see you in a bit.
Yep. And just so I don't screw up your wonderful camera placing, I'll just leave my thing up.
Alright.
Okay, that
Alright,
works.
Alarev is on his way.
Okay, well, he's
the
gonna...
camera anyways.
So,
what just happened?
Yeah, all the cameras are.
I moved
Now
things.
put
That
it in
was
the
on me.
corner.
Oh, okay. What the hell?
He said to give him a minute, but he'll be here.
Okay, no problem. I'll kick Makit when he gets here. That way, it'll fill in right.
No, wait, all the cameras are funky on Twitch.
I know, I moved it. I put it back. Magic, see?
Wow.
Anyway.
You're the real
No,
witch.
you're the witch.
No.
Bring us back in. Half or some of your crew faced off against a group of troglodytes as well as a Reamerhaus. Before, what made me think about that is the Reamerhaus narrowly almost taking out Alarev in the moment. You guys succeeded, faced off against Galdon and his crew, and defeating him in the arena, claimed the title of Pirate Lord. After being walked back to your ship, issued out of the arena in quite a hurry, your captain was taken off alone for a meeting with the Pirate King. After arriving back at the ship, you all were left to your own devices to do as you wish. Obviously, Kush, you've already been in this scenario, so you know what you're doing. But anybody else? The captain was walked off with one of the hands of the Pirate King, and after walking back alone with Meryl, you guys return back to your ship, where an uneasy air is about it. After some words are spread about your crew, people begin to relax, and after about half an hour, your captain arrives back on ship. Meryl regroups with his rune-skinned friend, and they begin to head off in the direction of the dockworks once more. As the captain arrives back on the ship, he informs you all of what had happened. Sorry, I'm gonna have to discuss something with Alarev here. Homie, if you don't see your name on the list, you gotta let me know. I've got a bunch of names I gotta keep track of. I didn't realize I left you out.
I thought it was because I jumped in on the last session. I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. I played 3 times last week.
Oh no, it was
anybody else, you know?
It was entirely because I had just forgotten to put you on like one of the schedules. So my bad. I want to make sure you have ample opportunity to do what you like in Dragon Cove.
You're gonna
or
have
Dragontooth
to fix it.
Cove. Why is that?
Again, when McKeek comes back.
It'll fill out.
When he comes back, we'll
see, there's an extra
That's
spot there.
your
It'll
problem.
fill in.
Okay, just making sure.
I mean, it won't fill in correctly. I'm gonna have to do some work, but that's what happens. Anyway, you all, with the captain now arriving back on deck, he informs you all of what you and your crew had gone through. He also lets you know that you all have acquired the title of a Pirate Lord, which puts you on the Council of the Sought Horizons, as it's known. This, however, has come with a price, and the captain is now in debt to the Pirate King for 25,000 gold. He has a large sum of this money and is possibly able to pay it forth if he can get a good price on some of the wares he's come here to sell. But if he's unable to come up with the money and is going to have to leave with a debt to the Pirate King, there might have to be some sort of work exchange made
to cover the rest of the debt. As he beckons you all to discuss this in the back room in the navigator's quarters, you all are informed that you have a few days of leave coming toward you, or to you here on the island. Some of you have been given the option to venture out on the first day. Some are required to remain back and watch the ship. Sayri, Alarev, Lithos, and Cole, you all are part of the crew remaining back, as well as Dak, and a handful of other crewmates. The captain is Dak and Alonso, I'm sorry. A number of crewmates are helping the captain go to what is known as Artisan's Alley, an area that can be found a number of luxurious goods and sellers to buy trades to, or goods to. And the captain also informs you of a few other notes that he had been given about the surrounding area. There are a number of different locations of interest, different districts to the city, and he goes through a number of them for you guys to know. Currently, you guys are docked in what's known as the Dockworks, which is very simply the series of interlaced docks that stretch out westward, out from the central rock that is Dragontooth Rock. He informs you of what's known as the Central Block, which is the district that is built atop Dragontooth's rock itself. This entire island being built around a central standalone rock, large, about some cliff faces reaching about 100 feet out of the water. This large rock is where Dragontooth Rock, the city, originated, and it began to stretch out further to encompass the surrounding cliff faces of both the northern and southern island on either side of this rock. Central Block is the area where the Harpy's Nest, aka the Pirate King's fort, is located, as well as a well-guarded vault, or bank, basically, as well as wealthy, well-kept structures that don't look the same as many of the ramshack buildings that are built around the docks and the cliff faces. The captain informs you about the warehouse district, which is further down on the south side of the docks, and he points south of the dockworks where you guys are currently parked. Pillars of smoke coming out of a few warehouses that are built into the base of a cliff face, and some atop the cliff face as well. He informs you of the shipyards, pointing far down on the south end of the docks, where you can see in the evening daylight, as the sun retreats in the sky, number of torches being lit up in the distance around what is clearly shipyards, with a number of 2 or 3 ships can be seen being built in the distance. He informs you once more of the Artisan's Alley, which is up past the warehouse district, as well as the Merchant's Galley, which is on the far east side of the city. He points past the central block in the center of the city to a large tower which is beginning to illuminate in the dark night sky. Up at the top, a number of lantern lights are being lit to silhouette a flying airship parked atop a large A-frame tower in the distance. The captain informs you that this is the Sky Docks, a gnome-established structure that not only the gnomes have out in Unterville, back where he's from, but as well as a number of kingdoms between here and there have elected to create trade routes with the dwarves, accepting to take in a sky docks amongst their city limits. He informs you of the Gilded Block, which is a section of wealthy guilds which have both storefronts, buildings of operations, as well as homes in the area. He informs you of the Yields, which reach the far east side of the island, which has some far distant kind of makeshift farm works which reach out into the jungles to the north. And then he informs you of the Jungle, which he points to the cliff face to the north of the docks, where you guys can see now, which has a large number of haphazardly built shacks that are built out of like parts of hulls as well as driftwood, both along the side of the cliff face and climbing atop each other over the ledge. He informs you of each of these areas and the various information he gathered from the Pirate King in his meeting with her, and informs you that while you're out upon the city, it would be in our best interest to find out more information about the various pirate lords which make up the alliance that is the Sought Horizons. The captain informs you that tomorrow you guys will be setting out. Some of you will have your free day. When the evening comes, we'll be meeting back up here on the ship, and then everybody will have the evenings to themselves among the city. And then the next day, the rest of the crew will have their free day amongst the city. You have currently the evening to yourself in the first night here in Dragontooth's Rock.
What was the name of the shopping district you said before the Yields, after the Skydocks? The name of it again?
I don't think you have that correct, but I mentioned the Gilded Block as well as the Merchant's Galley. The Merchant's Galley is the one that's the Merchant's District. The Gilded Block is more like guild halls that operate within the limits. Okay. Any other questions?
So the captain's on deck, right?
Correct. He is returning to his quarters very soon, but yes.
Okay, I asked the captain. So Captain, Galdon had a series of ships. What happens to those ships now? Are they ours?
Quite the opposite. They're the Harpies' ships now. Not exactly ours to claim. We don't even have our own rights within the city just yet. Until our debt is paid off, at least.
How much more how much more do you need to cover the debt?
I'm not sure just yet. I've got to go sell these wares in town and see how much I can get for them, and then I'll know for sure. But I left a chunk of my wealth back on the island, so I don't know if I'll have enough to cover it here. I'd have to do a hell of a lot of bargaining, that's for sure. I'm taking Ava with me, hoping she could give me a hand.
Chris, I'm sorry, I missed what you said. My mic cut out as soon as you started talking. Just on the ships.
Oh, I said they're the pirate king's ships. We don't even have our own rights to ourselves just yet until our debt is paid.
Okay, got it. That's all I missed.
Yep.
Okay, Captain.
And then I answered Sayri's question too.
I have another question, unless someone else has another question.
What's up?
When you met with the harpy, does she have like a secretary, or does she have like a fancy office, or is she just like doing whatever?
She's got a keep. Not exactly a fancy office. I'm sure it's her home. Why? Why do you ask, Sari?
I want to ask her questions.
Oh, I'd like to join. I'm great with people. Yeah.
I doubt that is an easy task to accomplish as members of a new crew upon this island. You're welcome to go to her, what's known as the Harpy's Nest. It's the fort on central block here, and he motions to the central rock. I don't know if you can get yourself a meeting, but you're always welcome to try.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. Okay.
Yes. What kind of person would you say this harpy is? Is she a beach?
She's pretty.
Is she now?
She's the kind where if you say the wrong thing, you're gonna die.
Oh. Well then, I'm pretty sure I have the right things to say. No?
When we were
Maybe
all
no.
talking with her, the only one she seemed to give any interest in was Sayuri for a brief moment.
You should bring cookies. You should bring like something good, like that you make. Maybe she'll like eat it, and she'll be like, "Man, this guy's pretty cool."
I could bring those snickerdoodles again, the good berry ones. Yes. Fantastic.
Let me just say, she seems more like the wine kind of gal than the treat kind of gal.
Then I should bring a cheese.
I'm getting a little bit of echo from someone, if we could sort that out.
You know?
Is it me? It's you. I see your name light up.
It's McKeep.
Ah, no. Oh, shit. Let me see if I can...
It's hard to talk when your sound is coming back at you, because it's just like... Well, I mean, it's triggered it too, I can hear it.
Yeah, I was like, I wasn't sure if it was me.
I don't know if it's both of you or if it was just one, but
Anyway.
Leave your mic on. Well, I mean, I always light up green, which is what makes it hard to find out if I'm echoing or not.
Well, if you light up, it's probably... Oh, it's
yeah,
definitely
I mean, that's probably what it is, so...
Is that better?
Boop, 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 and you're still lighting up.
Let me see if I can make a lot of noise. Yeah, I'm not really hearing anything coming back from you when I say anything, so... You might be lighting up, but it's not giving me any feedback. Trig was, though. I can tell that.
Yeah. I'm lighting up, but I turned on noise suppression.
Yeah, no, sometimes it just lights up all the time. Like, I've had that happen. So it makes it hard to find out if you're echoing on your end.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you have the stream not muted, Chris. Do you ever think of that?
I don't have the stream open. I'm not a loyal viewer of myself.
Not a true fan. Not a true fan.
Tell you what, I don't have open. I don't have on.
Okay. Now, if anybody would like to do anything this first evening, they're welcome to. Otherwise, you can turn in.
Alright.
Because we're supposed to stay on the ship, I was just gonna go look through those notes from Brewlore some more.
Alright.
Go
ahead.
Nope, go for it.
Alright. Lithos. I know we talked about it before, but is there any way... I have a lot of things that could make things harder for us to hit, or people to hit us. But is there anything you could make that can stun enemies? Preferably a group of enemies.
Stun? Like, we talking like sound, like flashbang? Any preference? Like, do they like shit their pants?
I could, if you could make a container to spray, I could probably make pepper spray.
Like I said, we were talking about this a little bit earlier. A glass force kit allows me to play with some glass. So we can maybe make it like a thrown grenade. A pepper spray. We could do that. I have an air compressor. Yeah, sure, I can make that. How big do you want it?
Not too big that I can't carry it with everything else. I do carry a bigger pot. So, this thing. Yeah. You know. But if you want to add that to the list, fantastic.
It's on the list right now.
Fantastic.
Spray.
I'm just thinking like a tear gas grenade. That's like,
well, there's between
you guys are making.
Essentially,
there's between like a sprayable thing versus a bomb. A bomb is something you throw and it shatters and it releases the gas. A spray is you spray it and then you can refill it. It's really at that point. A glass ball would be like a strength check to throw it, maybe.
You're the artificer.
It's more just what you guys want. We can do both.
I do not.
Think about it and let me know what you want.
I do not. I have problems with causing blood to pour out, but I have no problem with riot control.
I'm glad you feel that way. I'll get you some bean bags as well.
Oh, fantastic. Marvelous. I have all the beans.
I'll look into a spray can or something like that. I actually take it back. The compressor is not done. Wait, no, is it? Wait, no, is it done?
It's not done. You have the parts. You still needed to work on a lubricant and whatnot, but.
Oh no, I already did that. The compressor is done. What I was going to use it for is not. That's what it was. Because I have it written down. Yeah, the compressor's done.
He worked on it in the tower.
Like a long time
Remember
ago.
you guys talked about the whole lubricant thing, because Matt.
We talked. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. Is we talked about how he still needs a lubricant, and he brainstormed about what he can use as a lubricant. He still needs to acquire and make a lubricant to create a seal. Because last time you had worked on it was on the island, and when you had rolled that natural 20, to which I said you had made the parts. But you still needed, a lubricant to assemble the parts.
Okay.
Any specific properties about the lubricant you need? I can pick it up while you're working.
Very viscous, really gloopy, it'll stick to your hands if you put it upside down, kind of a thing.
What about squid ink? I might know a few places.
Actually, that is a good idea. We could use that. That would work. Because it would have to be viscous enough to where it would, not get wiped off as easily, but it would still lubricate.
Do any of the druids happen to know summon animal or creature, so we don't even have to go anywhere? We're not supposed to leave the ship.
If we can take care of it here and now, that will work out.
What? Okay. Are you guys doing this the first night? Because you guys have this evening ahead of yourself. It is now about 7 o'clock in the first night. Probably past that, just about 8 o'clock. But the sun is down at on the first evening here in Dragontooth Rock.
What time is it when Kush and Noldo went to go look at that thing on the dock?
About now. Actually, about an hour ago, I should say.
Okay, so when I'm done with that, I want to go and talk to Lithos.
Okay.
Busy. Let me see if squid ink might work. I have to actually research this normally.
Do you know what he's talking about? Because I feel like it's such a noticeable thing. Were you watching it all the other night?
No, not really.
No.
Here's a thought. What if I make the squid ink? I have polymorph.
That was also my point with the druids, but if you want to do that,
yeah.
I fought a wizard today. I'm pretty tapped.
Yeah, Alarav's just sitting in the crew's quarters, contemplating life as he saw it flash before
Actually,
his eyes
to be fair, Cole's kind of Cole's kind of dying right now. I'm well below half HP.
You should probably go see the ship medic then.
I should.
What
I just
cook?
forgot about that myself. I just saw
We
my
have a
HP and I was
real
like, fuck,
ferret.
that's right.
Yeah,
There
Alrab's just
isn't-
contemplating life because he saw it flash before his eyes in the face of a giant flaming centipede. So
Only its insides were flaming. Don't be dramatic.
A frozen flaming centipede.
Alarav obtained fear. Mortal fear.
Hey, he got love first.
Yeah.
He got love, he got hate,
And
he
now
got
fear.
now.
We're getting through the emotion.
I don't know if he comprehended it, but he witnessed.
Okay, so what are you guys doing here?
Kush is gonna go up to Lithos.
Oh yeah.
After, so I go up to Lithos. I'm gonna say, "Hey, Lithos, I went down to the docks and me and Noldo discovered this interesting contraption they have down there. Seems to be a pulley and weight system where you just flip a board over and it opens up a hidden cannon with some cannonballs. And I was wondering if you might be able to sneak down there, see how it works, and add something like that to our ship."
Do you mean like to increase the firepower in the ship, or just like mask what we have currently?
Well, it would both give another place to mount another cannon, to which we have some extra, and also would help us save some room on top deck here, if it were to flip down below deck somewhere.
Well, the problem with that is, if I may, it's I could figure that out. It's not that difficult. It's more of just like, do we want to use it? We could just cut another hole in the ship. Like, I know there's a couple of rooms right next to mine that could house a cannon nicely. We could probably add 2 or 3 more cannons per side of the ship if we wanted to. It's more of a question of, do we want to?
Very true.
Which I'm totally up for. It's more just people want to give space in the rooms for a cannon.
I just figured I'd bring it to your attention.
Thank you, though. I'd be interested to look at it because I'd love to see how they do it.
I will
Maybe
say
tomorrow.
that the locals were not very happy, or at least the authorities were not very happy I was poking around down there. So maybe
He
do
sounds
it under
surprised.
cover of night. Not surprised that they were upset. Just surprised that I forgot our captain's name when they questioned me about it.
McKee, back to you though. Do you actually have any like just normal cooking oil?
Oh, but of course, I have a jug that just makes like 8 gallons of it per day.
You know, screw the whole squid thing. Just give me cooking oil. That'll work.
Yes.
Um,
Let me see. Oh, sorry, 1 quart. I'm thinking of the water. But yep.
no, 1 quart is plenty.
Oh,
That's plenty, mate.
fair.
Plenty of oil. You don't need much for an air compressor.
Fantastic.
You said it makes it? Like I can keep it, kind of a thing?
This is mine, but it's a alchemist jug. Yes. Yeah, and I hold up a jug that has like a bunch of like different spouts, all with like a bunch of corks sticking out of it. It's one. Yes. Is how I get all my fresh water for cooking.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's
Now that works.
It's a magic jug that has a lot of things in it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Give me a quart,
Okay.
and that's I'll make an air compressor.
You're right. I believe it's this one. Yep. Do it. There you go.
Okay. Then with that, Chris, I would like to continue working on my air compressor, assembling it and making sure it functions properly.
Okay, and you're just gonna try to use cooking oil as the lubricant?
Well, it's more like a grease.
Are you gonna try to? You're using like cooking grease, like.
I have that too in the bucket.
It would be like vegetable oil.
Or are you gonna try to make a custom oil using it?
No, it'd be straight up vegetable oil. That would work just fine. That's viscous enough and sticky enough to work as a good lubricant / grease. Because the lubricant and grease are not the same thing.
Yes. But that being said, what are you're using cooking oil then?
Yes.
And okay. you're gonna put some more hours into work on your
Compressor.
Your compressor. Okay. Have you worked out what you're doing? You're just working on the compressor. You don't really care about the bag yet, then.
No, compressor's not done. Bag's not worth much.
Okay. In that case, yeah. No, I mean, you can begin work. How long do you want to work this evening on it?
The entirety of the evening, unless somebody else wants to ask me for something.
I was just going to ask if you would like some help. You know?
I would very much like some help. It'd be nice.
Okay.
Yeah. Not much mechanically inclined, but another pair of hands helps nonetheless.
Put the parts together. It's not difficult.
That's exactly what Cole does. Like, I don't get the science mumbo jumbo, but like I'll help.
Well, it's actually it's actually what Theo does, and you actually watch as like Theo sits in the corner of like the ship's workshop, and like head in his paws, like does this mechanical whimper in the corner as he watches Makit take his spot upon the forge. And as Makit just kind of holds the metal in place for Lithos most of the time, go ahead and give me a blacksmithing check with advantage. See how well you spend your time this evening. See if you have to go into the next day or not.
You're muted, Matt.
Muted. 15?
15. Okay. Okay. You spend a good number of hours this evening going into the night, getting a large number of crossed looks thrown in your direction as you clang away at the ship into the night as people try to get their sleep upon the ship. Although a number of you are used to sleeping through, the ruckus of a, active ship, you all manage to get to sleep as Lithos works away throughout the night. And as he does so, you're able to attach and complete your compressor over the course of 4 hours of work through the night. So you do have to stay up much later than you intended. But by the time midnight work comes rolling around, you find yourself exhausted and tired. Makit curled up kind of in a ball in the side of the workshop, tucked in next to Thiel, snoring away. You guys wrap up work, and your compressor is complete.
Yes. Awesome.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, the next processes you still have to take part in on it would be, creating, a bag for it and installation, because this is going into Thiel, correct?
The compressor itself, no. It would be like on my workshop. I could like pull it out and fill up the canisters. Stupid thing.
I'm sorry. Isn't this compressor? Isn't this to? I thought this was a modification for Thiel. Am I mistaken?
Correct. But what it would do is it would compress air into little canisters, and the canisters would go in Thiel, not the compressor itself.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. All right, I got it.
Think of like compressed CO2 cartridges.
Okay, I got you.
He's just gonna make a whippet factory.
Yes, he's making a whippet factory, exactly.
Thiel gets a breath weapon? Question mark.
I have to Google it.
I don't know what that means.
It's
Whippet?
a term for the people that use it as a drug.
Yeah, like
Whipping is actually a company.
Nitrous oxide.
I mean, yeah, but it's still that's
Get
the
hired on
term
that.
they've brought on to themselves.
My torch is
Yeah.
whipping, but you can't actually see the logo. It's so worn off. It's my torch.
With it.
Okay, that's
it's
funny.
Horrible. It's a horrible brand. They make horrible equipments, and anybody who uses Whippets, I mean, is making horrible life choices.
It's also a dog breed?
Oh,
Sure.
Whippet is a dog breed?
Oh, now I have to look these up.
It looks like a Doberman? Greyhound?
I mean, I'm gonna look it up too.
Whatever.
Derailed the session.
But anyway. It's ugly.
More like a Doberman, am I right?
Yeah,
Oh,
right?
thanks.
True.
I hate
Anyway, as Lithos and Makit work into the evening, you all slumber and wake up the next morning.
Well,
fully
I
rested.
did-
Oh, yeah, you
like-
were working. What were you working on notes wise?
So, my understanding of what I have from him is stuff I, one, need to translate, and two, some of it's like historical stuff, and some might be spells. That's my understanding of the bunch of scrolls and papers and that he had handed me in a bag.
It will need deciphering to discern what
Right,
is in
so
the
I
notes, correct?
basically just want to invest, if it was like 7 o'clock when we were all like separating to our rooms or whatever.
It's closer to 8 o'clock when that happens. but
Okay,
yes.
if it was like 8 o'clock, I just invest till like 10 o'clock, so like 2 hours of time trying to decipher and get organized with it,
Okay.
and then go to bed.
Okay, dope. You spend your evening as Lithos works away in the room next to yours. You hear the clanging in the door, through the walls. And as the time ticks away, you manage to get the notes entirely organized. There are a number of historical notes jotted down. You keep saying fan-like noise. It's not like
That's what it's
you
called.
mean.
You know what I mean.
You really don't.
That's why I said staticky first.
Anyway, yeah, you spend the evening ciphering through the notes. A lot of them are historical information and recitement notes through written in the ancient Aqualayan tongue, the Dwarven tongue, that is.
Mm-hmm.
That most of it was just thrown into the bundle, so Bruler could leave you some sort of reference. You're able to separate off those kind of notes and leave them off to the side, and do discern that there are 3 more spells of varying levels left within these notes.
Alright.
Each which, written in a tongue you're not 100% familiar with, could take a little bit extra time to decipher. But you're aware that there are 3 more spells to be learned amongst his notes.
I at least got somewhat organized. And then, yeah, Cole will go to bed.
Okay.
That was a night of organization.
You all slumber. Throughout the night, you all pass. Time passes uneventfully for most of you, however, except for our local neighborhood witch, who in the night finds herself perplexed by haunting images, not as put together as they have been in the past. They seem to be shots of warring ships. A man
running across a busy deck in the middle of the night, fires burning in the distance, as you, Sari, find yourself on a ship under siege. The storm around you battering down atop you and the other crewmates that are running around. Cannon fire can be heard in the distance as well as all around you as you rush. The sounds of shots crashing against wood can be heard below deck, and you and others on your deck begin to panic as you start to rush around. You turn about just as a flash of light can be seen on the edge of your ship, and you are blown back over the edge of your ship as it begins to topple over sideways, as two ships begin to coast in the direction that you're thrown into the water of. They begin to pass over you, the hulls being seen from below the water as you begin to sink slowly into the murky depths. More ships can be seen passing in the moonlight above as darkness begins to cover you all over as you lose yourself beneath the waves. You black out for a second before coming to once more above the water. Struggling for air, you start to gasp. Swimming for anything you can find, you clutch to nearby driftwood. The remaining wreckage of a ship sunken here not moments before. You start to look around, wiping the water from your eyes as more comes barreling down from the skies above. You start to look around at Dragontooth Rock, burning in the distance. Ships sailing left and right, firing at each other. Some sinking into the drink. You begin to tire, and your hands grow cold in the water. Clutching the edge of the driftwood, you lose feeling in your fingertips as they begin to weaken. You begin to slip from the wood and sink back down into the water, where darkness takes you once more, as lightning crashes once more overhead. And you wake up to the sounds of gulls in the morning air and dock workers rushing back and forth outside the ship's hull.
Caca!
Sari, you feel a new presence within your soul.
Okie dokie.
A dedicated sailor lost at sea in a battle years past in a Dragontooth's rock that was much older. Glimpses of it burning on the horizon fill your memory as you start your new day. On deck, as you all begin to surface, you see a number of individuals rushing back and forth, getting ready for the day. A couple of deckhands can be seen helping the captain gather up nearby jugs, as well as chests filled with coffers, goods, golds, various trinkets that will be sold at the market today. The captain gets a couple of hands. You can see Ava gathers up with him as they head off to start selling within the town limits. Kush, as well as Pierre, the newly met Dirk. Bloop emerges for a short time from the medic's quarters, just to return later feeling famished from the days malnourished upon the sea. Seymour also heads out with them. I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember everybody. Marinus as well, along with Naldo, Gargax, and I believe I already said Pierre. They all each head out to spend their days exploring Dragontooth Rock, or their day, I'm sorry, to group up once more with you all this evening at sunset. You all were tasked with watching the ship while half the crew is away. There are a few other lower level crewmates who are tasked with watching the sails as well. You can see that they're scrubbing the deck currently, as well as washing the hull underneath and doing a number of chores around the ship. Dak is actually currently the one leading them, issuing commands here and there for people to get to work. The day is all yours. What would you like to do?
Alarv's going to start by working out, and then anybody can join in with him if they want.
I'm a bit too tired after last night's work. To flop on the floor again.
Okay. As you say this, Dak issues a command. Right, you sorry folk. Get in line. We're doing Alarev's training for the morning. Get you all, get your blood flowing if you know what's good for you. Come on, line up on the deck. On the deck. Put the mop down. It's not going to get you out of this. And Dak starts calling a number of the crewmates onto your deck, or onto the deck to have you lead them in workouts. Do you do anything special for your workouts, or is it the normal strength training?
It's the normal, like, strength training, calisthenic type of deal.
You got it.
You know what I've started to think about with Alarev? I just think your your cooldown of like your workouts. I just think of the video where they're like, and release all the inner sounds from your mind, and the person in like the big costume just screams. I'm like, that's Alarev's cooldown after he works out. He sits down, meditates. I just scream. I'm like, oh no.
Sorry.
It's always burned into my head now.
I'm just really going through some shit.
Where the dudes are like always like wearing those like high ponytails, and they're like in like one pieces with those like leggings. You know what I'm talking about? That's what I imagine if Dak's getting everyone on board to do it.
Yeah, so Alarev does like a lot more than the rest of the crew because I assume they can't keep up, but Alarev's workout is like 100 push-ups, sit-ups, crunches, and like various like strikes and kicks and blocks.
Katas, yes.
Well, I'm just about to, if you don't mind. Oh, damn it.
Straight doing the One Punch Man workout.
I'm just about to roll for them to see how well they do on your workout.
100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, 100 pull-ups, 100 crunches.
And a 10K run.
Oh my god.
Every day.
Okay, so right now you have about 9 crewmates in total on deck with you. And in light of your workout, all of them perform well, let's say this. Half of them perform admirably. Keeping pace with Alarev as best as they can. Many of them begin to slow as they start to get through the push-ups alone. As you guys move to burpees, many of the individuals are starting to fall over as they tire. But about 4 or 5 of your crewmates still stand, pushing heavily through the burpees. You begin to now move to sit-ups. And as you start to move to sit-ups, many of the people still standing are looking around in confusion for their just barely halfway through their burpees. But as they start to switch to sit-ups on your call, they begin to tire, breathing heavily. You do begin to run away from your fellow crewmates and outshine them vigorously. However, Dak is able to keep up almost to par. He starts to slow at the end. However, he seems to be in good shape along with yourself. Did any of you want to partake? If so, I do require an athletics check.
No.
But many
I'll watch.
many of your fellow crewmates do watch as you guys partake in activities.
I was gonna say, Cole goes right to her head of first aid. It's Gregor, if I remember correctly.
Correct.
Just to keep getting some treatment for these burn wounds I have. I got fireballed to shit.
And he, between refreshing water and rags for Bloop, does get you a rag for your burns as well as a little bit of a cure wounds. The day starts to roll on as you guys are relaxing upon the ship. Does anybody want to do anything in particular?
This is the day after Kush went out, right?
This is the day. Kush is currently out.
Okay.
Oh, so this is the day that we're all staying on deck then?
Yes, you guys are currently on deck.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
What
Currently, I'm taking a cat nap on the deck while I work out.
Get that vitamin D in.
Make that coat shine.
And you all do so. The day begins to roll on, the sun barreling down. It is a nice, hot, humid day among this pirate town. And the work among the docks that is going on does not cease at any point. You can watch a number of ships roll in and out as the day passes. And many individuals do pass your ship as heading deeper into the docks at one of the further out points. They seem to be carrying their goods to a location to drop off. You can see people stopping at nearby huts among this dockworks, as it seems there seems to be a number of businesses popping up here and there amongst this like wooden cityscape, and many individuals kind of murmur to themselves, pointing in the direction of your ship as the day rolls on. A few hours pass, and if anybody wants to do anything in particular, they're more than welcome to. A few hours pass, noon slowly approaching as the day. Around 11 o'clock, you, those of you that remain upon the ship, are greeted by a visit by two individuals. A man in a large rakish hat with a pair of colorful feathers pointing out the back, a large crossbow in place of an arm sticking out of his long black jacket. He walks in line with what can only be described as a samurai. Large plate, wooden split plate armor. It kind of jangles in the wind, almost like wind chimes, as he approaches your ship. A large, long, curved blade sat at his hip, his hair up in a long black bun at the top of his head. He looks on at your ship with a very stern look, and as he approaches, the rakishly dressed individually, Merrill, as some of you recognize him, calls out to you all. Hello, permission to come aboard?
Sure!
He begins to climb up the side ropes, followed by his companion. And as they reach the top, they both greet you with a formal bow at the top of the deck. Hello, you all. I come to check how you all do this fine day. How's the city treating you? Kind of takes a look around the ship to see its current empty state.
Half of the crew is tired from Alrib's fitness hour.
The other half are already out of town. We are the crew that haven't yet gotten onto land.
Ah, I see. Well then, the ones who have drawn the short straw for now. I'm sure you'll get out into town one of the later days. I'm sure you won't be leaving here too quickly. Well, it's a shame you haven't gotten a chance to look around our town yet. I am interested in if you all would like to join us for a drink this evening. Myself and a few members of the Pirate King's crew are going out to a local, well, let's say, location of revelry, and we were wondering if you would like to partake.
I haven't drank, but yes.
Sure or not?
You haven't drank?
Other people on board drink, I'm sure.
Are you not old enough to?
I'm old enough to drink.
She's
I think.
more than likely older than
You think?
She's more
I'm
than
pretty
likely
sure.
older than you.
I don't know many people who aren't old enough to work a cup.
I'm old enough to drink.
Maybe this man knows how to use a condom then.
I'm not one to drink, but
I
I'll
mean,
tag along.
we've also established amnesia, so who knows how old.
I'm an adult elf. I'm old enough to drink.
You sounded like you were unsure of if you
No,
could
no,
drink.
it's a
I'm
joke.
confused. Oh, okay.
I'm unsure with the premise of not being able to drink.
Yeah, anyone can drink things. You're being silly with this.
Yeah.
I can drink.
Anyway, if you would all like, myself, as well as a few others, will be adjourning to a bar I personally enjoy out in the Yields. It's far out, but it's kind of a welcome all situation, so I think we'd all enjoy it, no?
Yes.
Well,
I
if
will inform
I think
everyone
all
to
of us
come
could
back.
use a bit of R&R.
And what is it you lot are all doing here? And he motions to, like, some of the passed out individuals on the edge of the ship. Alarev still stretching at the center of them. Many of the exercise now wrapped up. You have about 4 or 5 crewmates that lie passed out on the deck currently.
Anyone got heat stroke yet?
No, we have water. It's all around us.
Yeah, they all seem fine. Well,
Well, that would make it humid and actually even a greater chance of a heat stroke happening.
but everybody seems hydrated. However, a number of men do not seem to have the capability of working quite vigorously anymore, and are catching their strength upon the deck.
Alarev works them hard. Every morning.
They're fine. They just haven't realized that I already have a pot waiting for them in the kitchen.
Lavalian does all the cleaning.
I don't want to go in the kitchen. If I never enter, I don't have to clean.
Well then, an interesting crew you all have here. Well, I only stopped by to say hi and extend my invitation. Myself, if
What
I
was
haven't
the name
met
of
any
this
of you.
place?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. We will be. I'll be meeting each of you outside the Yields at the Farmer's Respite.
Okay.
It's a sort of corner building. It's quite large, actually, when you get down to it, so it's going to be quite difficult to miss. Guys, I gotta ask you to stop turning cameras on and off. Commit to on or off, please. I've got to rearrange them when you do.
It doesn't just put them into the same spot?
Well, no, because some of you aren't on camera right now, so I need, like, to rearrange when cameras turn on and off, so who am I missing?
Either go in the house or stay out of the house.
Alarev, correct.
You're wasting heat.
So Alarev's there. I just changed my profile picture.
Oh, is that what it is? I'm sorry, my bad.
Bright.
Dabu dee dabu die.
Yeah, your whole color changed too, which is
Yeah,
weird.
it's pretty cool. I actually really like it. Blue's my favorite color, so.
Okay. Well then, sorry for scolding where I shouldn't have.
Baby blue.
All shades of blue are cool with me, man.
Is that a picture of Alarev? Did you post
It is
that?
a picture of Alarev. I'll put it in
The tab.
Oh.
That's a
Oh, I
real
guess, yeah,
life
put it in
picture
there.
of David.
Yeah, that's actually me.
Anywho, you. Oh, sorry, I have to check this out.
That's the wheel.
Dope.
What's it mean?
Oh.
I like how his purple belt just goes right over his, you know?
Right over his meditation bits.
Anywho, as you all wave goodbye as Meryl starts to head out. He does. Sorry, you guys interrupted. He was saying, for those who I have not introduced myself, I am Meryl. This is my companion here. Sorry, I gotta pull it up. This is my companion here, Katori. He and I shall be quite easy to spot out of a crowd once you guys arrive this evening. We'll be heading out then. For you all, I bid you a good day. And he climbs down. He starts climbing down the side of the rafters.
Bye, Meryl. Bye, Katori.
As you all continue to lounge about the deck, anybody up to anything particular?
Yes. What do I want to do? I want to start making a mount for some of the cannons. I want to double barrel some of the cannon mounts on the ship to add an additional cannon that we have in working order to an already in place cannon.
Do we have one of those thingies?
Sorry, explain that again.
So I want to turn one of the cannons into an under-over shotgun, like a double barrel.
Okay. How do you intend to do this?
I'll take some of that beautiful dwarven steel dwarves gave me and make a series of double hoops. The idea that a cannon will be in each hoop, and it would use the current mount for the cannon that's on the bottom and just stick a cannon on top, basically.
Okay, so you're gonna you want to create like a frame around them that keeps the cannons separate, but like mounts them on top of each other?
Pretty much, yeah. Because then I could take an additional cannon and just plop it right on top.
That make it so that it would fire twice in one turn, or it would be two turns, but...
It would fire twice one turn. It pretty much, like, you'd only roll once for it, but it would fire twice, basically.
You'd have to link the fuses, also.
Okay.
They would just go off at the same time, basically. In terms of the turn.
I just figured it was an important distinction to make.
Yeah.
I'd say forge weld the links together.
Okay, I will say, so for a project of this magnitude, it will take quite it'll take an experimental process as well as a trial process, as well as a final stage. So there are 3 different processes to making what you're planning currently. So since we are I'll say you're currently working on the experimental phase of this, which does include, drafting, and then, prototyping. So for the first phase, I mean, it's all going to be intelligence-based for you. So I will ask for what tools do you have?
This would be mostly smithing. I do have a set of smith tools, of course.
Yeah. I'm just asking, what tools do you have?
Oh, I have tinkers, thieves, smiths, and masons tools.
Okay. What I will say is for the drafting process of this, I will say I will require tinkering tools, because this is more so like the inventing process, more so than crafting. Not that it really makes a difference whatsoever, because you use intelligence for fucking everything. So, and you're proficient with them.
Just for flavor.
Yeah, but this is the drafting process.
You can make a tool if you need it with your 1 hour ability thing.
Yeah. So I will, for this first, step, and how long do you want to work on this? For the rest of until the evening, when the group groups back up?
We want to go to this party that Meryl suggested, right?
Well, yeah, the captain did say that the people who are out currently will be coming back on deck for a meeting around sundown. So you will be expected to be at that meeting as an officer.
Okay.
And
he's inviting us to the bar later.
Yeah, and
he's
right
around
in the evening
after sundown and stuff.
Yes.
So you've got time.
Yeah, so then I plan to work on it the entire time up until that meeting at
until
7
sundown.
o'clock or so.
Okay.
Sundown.
Yeah.
It's medieval times, all right?
I will also come down and just kind of push a bowl of soup onto your desk and go, you need to eat. Make sure you don't pass out like Cole does, and give you some inspiration.
Ooh, very nice. Very nice.
Okay, so I will take a Tinker's Tools check from you.
Tinker's Tools check.
That's fair. Pretty much at any point in time, Cole's just in the back room, half dead.
17. Or then plus inspiration, which is a D4, right?
Plus inspiration, which is a D8, I believe, for McKeith.
Correct.
D8. We'll use that.
Yeah, because
plus 3, 20.
A 20. Okay. Over the course of, let's say, about 5 hours, you're able to work. You spend a large majority of this time drawing up your drafts for this plan. You start to run through a couple ideas in your head and put them out on paper, which you start to pin across the walls of your workshop. And as you drag in and start to have Thiel, using his pulley system you've put conveniently underneath his cuirass, you're able to drag a couple of cannons into your workshop and start chaining them up to the pulley system you have in there, and start the prototyping phase. As you begin to do so, however, you start to realize that upon each firing, the plans you have drawn up originally are going to take a good amount of wear and tear from the kickback of each individual cannon. Unless you can find some way to make it so their casing that you've attached them with has some sort of give for each fire, you're going to be dealing with quite a bit of damage just from the kickback of each individual cannon alone. With that in mind, you take it back to the drawing board and start to work on a secondary plan of action. and begin to make some edits to your prototype. You, in these 5 hours of work, I will say you have covered most of the bulk of the first phase of this process. However, you are still in the experimental phase. The planning phase, the drafting phase. You're still going to have to probably estimate from knowing, how long projects like these take. You can discern that you're probably going to have to invest at the rate you're working, 4 to 5 times the amount of work you've put in so far. This is a large project and is going to take a number of experimenting to get right.
Okay.
But you're on the right track so far.
Okay. And you said for this whole, this thing, experimental, trial, and final phases? Final being complete?
Correct.
Okay. Gotcha.
But that also includes, as a perfectionist, that also includes, not leaving any unfinished bits. That means shining and polishing the cannons, making sure there's no jutting out bits, and actually completing the work. Otherwise, you can leave it looking like makeshift, but you're a perfectionist. That's not completing the work.
Of course. Okay. Sweet. Can redo how I organize stuff now.
Okay. The day passes ever so slowly as there's not much to do aboard this ship. Sitting in the... Yeah, sorry. Did you have something you wanted to do?
And at one point in the day, I was gonna go look for Sayuri to talk.
Okay, you can do that as Cole or as Lithos bangs away in the workshop below.
I'm doing absolutely nothing but wandering the ship.
And that seems to be much of the energy going around the ship right now.
Yep.
Everyone's going stir crazy.
No, I'm going to look at Sayuri and look at everyone else and be like, does anyone want to have a game? Have a game of cards?
Do you have cards?
I'm sure there's somewhere. We can loot Ava's room if you need be.
I don't have cards.
Someone has cards.
You have a number of crewmates on deck that carry a number of games for entertaining.
I have a dice set.
There we go. I can play some Liar's Dice.
How do you play Liar's Dice?
You want me to explain it now? Or
You give me your money, and then we stop playing.
No! That sounds like a bad game!
He's bluffing. It is a bluffing game.
Let's play...
Makit, are you trying to steal Sayuri's money? Dak walks up.
Makit, sorry.
Yeah. Are you trying to steal Sayuri's money, Makit?
No, wouldn't play stakes the first time.
Oh.
Stakes a little
Then
later.
I'm not in. And he walks away.
Oh, so you want to steal my money, Dak?
I'll steal your money. But
I trust you might be able to do that. That's why I was looking for a certain mark.
Oh, you're just looking for the babies where you can steal the candy. I see how it is.
Yes.
Yes.
Like a skilled tactician. Have I ever proven to be anything else?
You fell asleep in front of the grill.
If you're trying to impress me by swiping low-hanging fruit or just eating the shit that's on the ground, it's not working.
These are not the words the chef should say.
Have you heard?
Also, I don't think a friend should call another friend shit on the ground.
Wait.
Saying you are. I'm just saying you're eating it.
No, you were saying Sayri is the shit on the ground.
What?
Oh.
No.
There, I'll teach you how to play if you're interested. No fake
Alrab
muted.
is visibly confused by all the similes and metaphors going around the table.
She's a witch. She'll be fine.
Alrab's just like, okay, wait, who shit on the ground?
Him and Derek are just sitting there, just trying to follow along through brute force.
Cole, I believe you wanted to talk to Sayri.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What just happened?
I don't know. I didn't know if McKee was going with somewhere. Yeah, Sayri, to be honest, I've been thinking about how you said you have amnesia. You don't remember a lot of your past. Well, I honestly could use a distraction from everything that's been going on the past couple of days. And this isn't exactly my area of expertise or my wheelhouse, but I do know of a divination spell that someone once basically gave me as payment. Where I could pull us into a dream-like trance and try to hopefully give you some symbolism of what I know of the Eledrin people. See if it might trigger something in your memory.
I got nothing better to do. Hell yeah.
There you go.
I don't know much.
Well, not out in the open. We should probably at least go inside the ship. Because it is a trance. But then just finding a place to set this up, Cole will pull out an hourglass and begin a 1-minute casting of Daydream.
And slowly here in the background.
Yeah, that won't really affect us.
Like a metronome.
Yep. Just keep it rhythmic. Do not deviate.
I'm done.
I mean, Cole's used to it.
Yeah.
We've been on the road. He tinkers.
Like, my room is just, like,
From
right
across the
next
hall,
to...
you hear, like, the squealing of a pig.
What?
I have a pet boar. He chills in my room.
I'm not aware of this until this moment. I want you to know this.
Oh, really?
Yes.
We've been talking about it for a while. Yeah, I caught a boar on Talon's Isle.
Yeah, he's got
I mean,
a
to be
pet
fair,
now.
Can you send me that spell, Cole?
I can again. I didn't know if you would still have it.
I thought I did.
To be fair, Alraf, he's a pretty good pig. All he
give
does
me a
is just
second.
sit
It
in your
just-
room and eat my,
I think I probably, actually, now that you say it, I
I know,
probably
that's
have
all
this
it-
previous message.
my
I
grizzly.
think
we're
I
having
probably
our
emailed
Scaldo
it
for
to you,
dinner?
but I'll just
Crazy.
copy and paste it real quick.
No?
Oh, chicharron. I wonder where we got this from.
I do let him out every day so he doesn't shit in my room, just an FYI.
Whose room does he shit in?
I don't know. Just take him, like, off the boat, hang him over the boat.
You didn't want to potty train me? Why haven't you just potty trained it? That's what you do with little puppies.
It's like a weird bird situation. You're like, poop here.
What are you thinking, litter box
What do you do,
or
just shake
bucket
it out
or?
of him?
Actually,
You know,
if Lithos could make him a litter box, Alrab
Do you guys know how to do
You can buy
anything
one.
yourself?
I mean,
make
you
a
don't
box.
need an artificer to make a litter box,
You
to be
need a-
fair.
we have empty crates.
You empty crates? We were on a beach? You could
Maybe
have
some
gotten
sand.
in here.
Oh my god.
Have
make some
someone
charcoal so
magically
it doesn't
inclined to
stink.
prestidigitate it every couple days so it doesn't smell like shit.
What's Alarev's intelligence?
He has a 8. It's a -1
That's
modifier.
correct.
Okay, it tracks, it
That's
tracks.
I was gonna say
That's
Dave
correct.
knows
The big brain people to make these things.
Alrab does not know that, so
He needs big brain people making him think.
Alright, have we determined the spell amongst all
Yeah.
the hooly hagglings?
Okay.
I mean, it's just I can show symbols. I was just gonna.
Yes. As you guys retreat down beneath beneath deck. You walk to the front of the ship where Cole, next to on the other side of Lithos's workshop, has a room to himself. He pulls out a chair and has you sit down, and sitting on the edge of his bed, you watch as he begins to cast an incantation. And as his eyes gloss over and go a pearly white, you watch as your vision begins to blur as well, as you as well begin to enter a trance. And you find yourself within your own mind, standing in a white landscape, completely barren of anything else. Trig, you're still echoing. I don't know what you can do about that. You find yourself in a completely white landscape with nothing else there except for Cole standing directly in front of you.
Okay, so more or less we're in the dream dimension. But
I was about to say my head isn't this empty.
no, it's a structural space, but makes it easier when I don't have any books or anything to show you, and Cole will gesture behind you, and then there'll be this big giant tree. I don't know personally, but basing it off of the books that he's read about the one tree of the Eladrin people that is somewhat known about on Estoria, or I don't know how to pronounce.
Esteraria.
This is, just loosely, I haven't seen it myself, but it is a loose idea of what they believe to be a birthright or homeland.
He motions behind him, and you watch as the white landscape behind you begins to illustrate, as if first with a sort of lead scribbling. It begins to fill out with lines, and as color begins to fill the white void behind you, it begins to fill out to a lifelike depiction of large tree trunk size roots winding up a rocky mountainside, up the side of a large cliff face where it rounds and flattens out to the base of a ginormous tree, which begins to tower up into the air at the top of this mountain. The scene begins to pan out from side to side around the tree, and you watch as the cliff face starts to fall off amongst the clouds of the world around you. And you can see as the background starts to fill out with mountain ranges reaching off into the distance, that this tree, in a perpetual state of fall, its leaves this beautiful orange color. The leaves individually begin to fall off and get picked up by the wind on top of this mountaintop, where they're carried away off into the distance, as you can see Eladrin people begin to move above and around the vines and roots of this tree.
And then the only other one that I switched these up now that I'm looking at my notes. Rakesh is the one that's well known. The Esteraria is somewhat known. But then the opposite, there's also the Rakesh, which is another tree of life in their eyes.
And as he motions to the other side of you, Sayre, you start to turn, and in a similar fashion, the charcoal-esque drawing starts to fill out with color, and a beautiful yet flat oasis begins to appear. A large, wide open lake spreading across the land in front of you, with the roots of another large tree dipping its sort of toes in the water as they grow outward and up this another ginormous tree, this one in the perpetual state of summer, with beautiful green leaves as well as fruit hanging from the branches of this another Eladrin tree of life. You can see a number of huts spread around the base of the tree amongst its roots, and a number of people moving in and out around them.
And the third one is, I mean, we only know of 3, but it's in the Aturo Edith in the mountains.
Wait, what?
I mean, that's what I got written down on one of these.
The Atoro Edith is where you guys are right now. There's no mountains, it's just water.
As far as you know.
Esteraria is the one in the mountains. That's why I described it in the mountains.
Well, I wrote the wrong thing.
That's okay.
And then the fourth one, it's only known by the Eladrin people themselves. It's said to be lost to time.
As Cole mentions the third tree, the one in the Atoro Edith, he doesn't mention that it's found among mountains. He misspoke at first. However, the picture that does start to fill out in the distance is a very faint image far out of an island with the blooming nature of a tree in the state of spring that can be seen far off in the distance as it is. The image is sort of blurry and unclear from where you guys stand. You can only assume this is based off the fact that Cole's knowledge is on this tree is limited, but you guys can see it standing alone amongst a vast sea on a standalone island, a singular tree reaching the horizon.
Do I get any feelings of like... Sorry?
Yeah, this is about as much as I know. I don't know if any of these speak to anything in you.
I was just about to ask that. Does that tree elicit any, like, feelings or memories for me?
As you stare, the both of you stare at the third one. No image filling out for the fourth one upon Cole's recollection, for not much is known about
that I wrote
the final tree. It is rumored to be
that's the only information Cole has on it.
It would be the winter tree.
Presumably, but it's never been recorded.
And as you stare at this one, stand alone in the middle of the sea, a warmness fills your heart. It's very faint. It kind of sits like butterflies in your stomach, and as it starts to build, as Cole begins to drone on in the background, his words begin to tune out, though ever so slightly, as the warmth begins to take over more and more. It begins to fill you as it begins to overwhelm you, and what is deep within yourself begins to build from a warmth of love and longing to an agitated feeling of hate and anger, which begins to fill your body to the point where you begin to tap your fingers on the side of your leg, ever so agitated, to the point where you clench your hands into a fist, clenching the like watery shawl around your waist between your fingers. And as you start to clench your teeth angrily, you become confused and start to take a breath and take a step back, as you're not sure what began to overwhelm you there.
Would that be distressed?
Because
if it is, There's a thing I have to do.
Well, no, it says in the spell they can attempt.
But okay.
So like they would have to like be trying to do that. So no, I mean yes, they in a way was distressed, but not in the sense that it would eject you.
Okie dokie.
But you do watch as her breathing becomes fierce for a moment as it starts to steady once more, and she kind of just looks at you expectingly. You both stand in this now colorful void.
You said that was the third one?
That was the third one. The first one was the one in Esteraria, which painted a picture of a tree atop a mountainscape. The second one was this oasis of flat land in Rakesh, supposedly, with a beautiful tree in the state of summer. Wait, do I have that right? I think so. Yes, I do.
I believe you do.
And then, yes. And then the third one was one supposedly in a Toro Edith that is very heavily very heavily kept secret. That you did. I mean, you did have one person pass through, and that's where you get a majority of your information.
I know a name, but I only know that it might exist, and that's about it.
Hey, what's the name of the spring one?
The name?
Yeah, all of them have
it's in Esteraria.
That is a continent, and
these are
most people
the
know
continents. Rakesh is another continent.
Oh, okay.
Esteraria is a massive continent on the other side of the world.
Yeah, Cole doesn't know where these trees are. He just has an idea.
Well, that's a lot more than I do. And I'll tell him, like, that I resonated with the spring tree, but I also felt really conflicted about it. I don't know why.
Well, somewhat to be expected. I mean, you don't develop amnesia from not having a traumatic experience.
That's true.
But, I mean, that's about all I have to show, so I will drop the spell.
Okay.
Thank you.
But
you
yeah,
are now back in the quarters upon the ship.
I mean, I more or less needed a distraction myself. I can't keep dealing with this time nonsense.
Time nonsense? Like the stuff with the crypt thingy?
With everything that's been happening since we've been a crew. Ever since we all met and went sailing, the first thing that happens is we get attacked and go to an island. And now we're pirate lords.
We're servants to a pirate lord.
Correct.
Constituents. I mean, it's pretty cool. Better to be, like, in the group than alone, I guess. Kind of thing.
Just a big change from being a student.
Well, it's less studying and less tests, and you could chill. You could do hour after
over at
workout.
his desk that you're sitting at with the pile of paperwork that's
I'm
there.
putting my arms out. Don't look at this. Listen to me.
You're like less studying, giant paper pile.
Now independent studying. You could, you're not a student anymore, so you can just, not do that. You have autonomy.
No, I enjoy the studying. It's just going from studying to on a ship to pirate to dealing with a potential god entity getting released. It's a lot.
You know what I've heard people do that you could do tonight? You can drink to forget. And when we go to the bar, I don't think we're paying. I think the Harpy's paying if everyone's invited, and you could drink.
I think if the Harpy's paying, it's to get you farther in debt. So.
Yeah, but we don't know that. Maybe she's being nice. We're new people.
I'm down. I'm more than happy for this event. I wasn't lying when I said we were in need of R&R.
You know what you need to do? You need to get out of your room and stop looking at these things behind me that I refuse to acknowledge. And you need to, like,
we need to
walk
stay
around.
on this ship for now.
No, you can stay on the ship. Just get out of your room.
As this conversation is being had, you can hear the sound of a number of footsteps on top of deck coming up the side. As a shout can be heard across and then through the lower decks.
Right. I'm back aboard ship. Officers in navigator's quarters, like we discussed. 20 minutes.
Where's the navigator's quarters?
Cole would know. Tim doesn't, but Cole would know.
I should know. But I'll follow your lead.
I guess I should have had you guys on this page. Yeah, Kush is now back too with the captain.
I had to guess.
I will say that Kush is looking fucking fly.
Yeah, you got your new threads.
What the fuck does that mean?
He went shopping. He went
lift
shopping.
your arm. I'm like,
I remember hearing this last night.
what is this? Like, pop a collar.
He got some.
Oh, you don't think that collar was already popped when he was coming up? Like, come on.
I pop it more.
He popped it down just to pop it up again.
I put perpetually popping powder on it, so it'll always be popped.
You mean
at the most thematic time?
Starch, yeah.
As you guys start to assemble on top deck, you guys all come up to the top where you see the captain still lugging some wares back aboard the ship. He does start to adjourn. Here, let me move this back here. Oh no, that's the one I wanted to. Oh, come on. Is there only two here?
Next to the cannons? How can you have that stress?
What?
I'm thinking of people's bedrooms right next to the cannon.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Where do you put the cannons?
That would make me anxious.
I can put one in your room if you'd like it.
That's specifically Lithos' room. He sleeps in the
Don't sleep on the bottom deck. Don't sleep on the bottom deck. Just wear waterproof pajamas.
I don't like this conversation.
Just in case.
In real life, like on submarines, in the torpedo room, people where torpedoes aren't currently being stored, but like right next to them.
Oh, I did that at Cub Scouts. That was so fucking dope.
That makes me anxious.
Yeah, that's
they just have you
right here.
They just have you sleep in like the torpedo chamber.
Here?
Oh yeah.
In case they accidentally fire, they'll fire you instead of the torpedo.
You never know.
It's the reloading rack.
Like this, it's basically the same thing.
Yeah.
Because of how fast you're going.
Anyway.
It's
okay.
Yeah.
So this is the navigator's quarters, as you guys can see here, in the back of the main deck. It's basically right underneath the captain's quarters. You guys have to pass through Sayri. FYI, I did a tour of the ship. I don't think you were available that week because of finals.
Mm-mm.
But Sayri, as I believe you were deemed navigator, if I'm not mistaken. This quarters here is expected for yourself because there is a navigator's table next to it. Alonzo sleeps in here though. FYI. And then this is the kitchen as well. Which is Makeet's area.
Makeet's favorite place.
But yeah, if you pass through here, this is the navigator room where there's a table for discussions for the officers. There's another table off to one side filled with Alonzo's current works, because as you know, he is a map maker, currently trying to make a map of the Atoro Edith. And there's also a number of papers and other old maps off to the side here. As you guys assemble in this captain's quarters, or the officers' quarters, a number of people start to file in, and the captain kind of stays off to the side in the kitchen as you begin to file in. Standing next to him
off to the side, stands a dragonborn with golden scales.
Oh.
Wearing a breastplate of shiny iron with a red tunic laid down in front of it. He carries a spear over his back along with a large shield. The captain, currently standing off to the side, waits for everybody to enter and follows in behind. He begins to start. Leaving the golden dragonborn in the other room behind him, many looking on eagerly, the captain begins. I trust you all had a fine day, those who either on the ship or went aboard, went on to land. I'm hoping some of you were able to gather a little bit of information for us, and if you wouldn't mind sharing it forth, it could be quite useful for those looking to gather information tomorrow evening. Before we get into these details, however, I would like to introduce you all to a sort of new hire I took it upon myself to seek out today. As you all know, in the past, aboard the island we have just recently come from, Talon's Isle, we have faced a number of problems dealing of the undead variety, correct? I, a veteran of the Holy Kingdoms myself, decided to seek out a little help on this front, seeing if Dragontooth Isle had maybe any clerics we could recruit to handle these sort of scourges going forward, making sure we're not caught off guard in the future. Unfortunately, I have to report, in the area of temple districts, this city is lacking greatly. However, on top of one decrepit temple to Aora, I was able to find a man residing in there who worships my old god, Eric's, the Watcher on high. Ethereum, if you wouldn't mind coming in here now. And he pushes open the door to the kitchen and lets in the Dragonborn, who is waiting off to the side in the other room. AJ, if you'd like to describe your character more thoroughly.
Alright, so you see somewhat tall Dragonborn, like just over 6 foot tall, good not chunky, but like heavily built Dragonborn walking with 2 giant wings resting on his back and a tail sprouting from his rear end, and he looks around with just a kind of like scanning face, just trying to understand the group that he's about to join.
Oh, watching.
Dragonborn.
I will wave, and then in your head I'll be like, can you use those wings to fly? But you don't know it's me.
You just hear a voice in your head.
Yeah, that voice comes in entirely telepathically.
Yep.
I start to look around, or scanning the faces to try to figure out who's talking to me mentally.
And then again I'll be like, you can reply to this message in your brain.
Mm-hmm.
I rolled a 7. What's my character? Can't pull up my... How do I pull up my character sheet?
You go to the journal, and then you will double click your name.
Yeah, it should be the
double-
second tab, and then you'll see it under Ethereum.
Yeah, you're in here.
Please consult our
Roll
our
20
roll
specialist.
20 specialist here, Theory.
So
Next to
your
the tab in the top right corner,
your wisdom is
under
+4,
characters.
and you are trained in insight,
There we
so you
go.
get +7 to what you roll.
So 14.
Yeah.
So 14.
I'm not trying to hide it, so.
You are at first unable to discern who could be possibly talking in your head, but then as you kind of match the pitch that the voice speaks in your mind, you kind of start to figure that of the two feminine-looking people in this room, the one with the unmaskable grin is probably the one talking into your head right now. For Sayri, the Eladrin off to one side, has a smile reaching from ear to ear as she kind of like hops on her tiptoes, looking in your direction.
She's dressed as a witch.
I look directly at her and say, "Yes, I can fly."
And she'd even look at the pie like, that's so cool!
The captain looking at you confused. Yes, he can fly. Good introduction there of Ethereum, but more particularly, he has an affinity against the undead, which that's what I was particularly looking for. Are you correct, Ethereum?
Yeah.
He's kind of like egging you on in that front now. and he can fly, in case you all were wondering.
I let out a small chuckle and say, "Yes, I particularly study in the hunting of undead and necromancers and the sorts of that nature."
Right. Well, as I was discussing with you, we're gonna need that quite a bit. Now,
DC 14 wisdom save.
I'm sorry, would you say, Alarith? You were a bit quiet. That's
I was trying to aura sight him. Sorry, I didn't want to
sidetrack.
sidetrack.
Can you do a DC? Wisdom
DC 14 wisdom save.
A wisdom save for me.
I rolled a 9. And
You pass if you have a +7 to wisdom.
I have a +4.
That's actually not true. You do have a +7 to wisdom, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I do?
You're probably proficient in wisdom
Yeah.
saving throws, so you get to add your +3 from your proficiency bonus, whatever
Okay.
your wisdom modifier
Yeah,
is.
if you see above your skills in your character sheet, it says saving throws.
Uh-huh.
You see you have charisma and wisdom checked there. Those are what
Yeah.
those are the saving throws you're proficient in. So when I say give me a saving throw for something, you'll use those opposed to an ability check. You'll use the skills below that. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
So he
I
was
don't learn
doing
anything.
something. He was doing something to you, so that will often require a save rather than a check.
Yeah.
So you resist.
But you don't know that you resisted anything.
Yeah. So, Alarev, you are unable to crack the visage of this golden dragonborn.
Cool.
Well,
I was curious.
1 for 2.
Right, well, Gargax, maybe we should talk about what you found this evening. You said you had a bit of notes, correct? Gargax steps forward, pulling out a notebook with a sheet of paper. He had a number of things jot down on. He begins to list off a few things. Right. Well, the claws. I found out that the claws of the Sea Hag. They're an entirely beast crew led by a man named Captain King. Pretty close affiliate of the Harpy. He tends to reside within the jungle. There's also the crew known as the Altered. They're led by a Captain Gladstone.
we've got a wide range of information from them. The captain doesn't like mentioning of his scarred face. It seems that most of the crew seems to have some sort of deformity in one way or another. They tend to use sort of arcane creations to replace severed limbs. It seems every member of the crew is altered in some way or another. That's where they get their name. There's also Volgrith's Order, which seems to be an entirely lizard folk crew. They also seem to reside within the jungle. There's the Children of Nock, which are some strange sort of cult-like crew, if I'm not mistaken. They serve some sort of goddess, the Lady of the Abyss. Nock is her name. There is another group, they seem to be native Aquilayans. Rapua Mate Kite is the name of the crew. A woman named Tasale Iwasa is their captain. They're known to be a watchful eye for the Dragontooth's rock. There's also the Rovers of the Silver Seas, who is a long-standing crew allied with the Hoppy. Captain Oli the Grey leads them. There's the Primordial Boys, led by Captain Naulis Coaxith. He's apparently a Triton captain that can be seen. He leads a wide variety of crewmates. There's the Bandits of the Shallow, which are an entirely goblin crew led by a man named Captain Stagros. They have a ship called the Poisoned Pearl off the jungle docks. And then last, there's the Eyes of the Edith. I'm not sure if their captain is aboard land right now, but Captain Archibald Adlam is his name. It's a small but very efficient crew from what I've heard. That's all we were able to gather. There is plenty more information to be gathered, I'm sure. But that's all we were able to gather. Anybody else had anything from the evening? Dirk?
Will add.
Yeah, go ahead, Kush.
Kush will add. I know that Captain King of the Beast crew is not very kindly to non-beast folk. So although I think we should warm up to them and potentially form an alliance there, we definitely should make sure we send the right people to talk to them if we want them to survive.
True, Kush. I was fortunate enough to talk to the Captain King, and as long as you are friends with the beast folk, he seems to have no problem with you. He did put on a bit of airs, this is true, but he just wants to make sure you're not an enemy of beast folk, which I'm sure I am not, no, Kush?
No, I just mean that we would hate to send the wrong person who accidentally says the wrong thing, you know?
No,
at least they lose their head.
I think we'll leave that to either you or Makit.
I would love to go and finally get off this boat. No offense, but I have been missing civilization, no?
Sari will raise her hand like really high.
Yes, Sari.
We were invited to drink at the Farmer's Respite in the Yield.
The Yields. That's
the Yield at the Farmer's Respite.
Yes.
The Yields. That's the Farmers District far north. Interesting.
Yeah, sure.
I have not gotten a chance to get around there.
Captain Merrill said it was like a welcoming thingy, and like a bunch of words will be there, if I remember correctly.
Merrill.
He said, he said the Pirate King's crew, I believe was the words he used.
Sounds like a good time to me.
And
Right.
he said we'd be able to spot them.
I'll tell you what, you lot, I'll let you all head out and enjoy yourselves this evening. I'll be staying on ship and watching it here. Pierre, I'd like you and Alonzo to stay with me. There's a few things I'd like to discuss. But you guys can go out and have a jolly time. Send my
you're our
regards.
captain. You should make an appearance at least for like 5 minutes. I'd be
I'm
like polite.
sure the Harpy won't be making an appearance. I'm sure I won't be expected to make an appearance.
And if she does?
Well, then I'll eat my boot. I'm sorry, but
I
I've
would
met
hope
with
so.
the Harpy myself. She does not seem the type to trudge out to the yields for a night out with some of her crew. I don't know. Some of you have been out around the town. Her crew consists of every guard around this rock. She has the largest crew there is. I doubt she's showing up to this event.
C'est la vie, but I will hold you to that. No.
Tush looks over to Ethereum and says, I know you only just got here, but are you gonna come out with us?
Might as well. It gives me a better chance to meet my new comrades.
Yes, they're so nice. We're all nice.
Tush pulls out a joint from his bag and says, who wants to get the party started on the way there?
Yeah.
I am more excited for that drink. You know what I mean?
I'm more excited for the God's beard, if you know what I mean.
Exactly. Me and Cole will go on our own, I guess.
You guys all head
Another
out.
time.
Kush and Cole go on a walk during Thanksgiving dinner.
Yes. You guys all start to gather up, spreading word around the crew about a night on the town. Many people get ready and pack up their things to head out, putting together a coin purse and various other things to take with them. You guys gather up a crew of nearing about 20 men and women. For with you, not only does Marinus tag along, however, Naldo, Seymour, Ava, a number of smaller crewmates who some you haven't been able to catch the name of. One you have, his name, Greg, still keeps giving you an odd look out of the corner of his eye. But
Greg.
he seems like an alright guy. You guys gather up about 20 men and women, and you guys start to head out. Some of you all already setting out upon the city once before managed to take lead and venture out and lead the way. If somebody would like to come about a means to get yourselves to the yields, I will request.
Is there any guards at the dock?
Can we charter like a type of like wagon or something, like a carriage that could carry us all?
Can you
like if we could rent like a horse and carriage?
So what I need you guys to do is somebody needs to guide your crew throughout the city. And there's a number of ways you can do that. Cole is looking for a guard. Go ahead and give me a perception check, Cole.
Can I assist on that?
Sure. You are able to spot off to the side of the dockworks, kind of by one of those like crossing intersections. Off to one side, you see two individuals sharing like a stogie between them. They are wearing sort of like black baggy pants cut around the knees, with like a striped red shirt, which you've seen to signify the crew of the Harpy.
Excuse me, fellows.
What is it?
Could you point us in the direction of the yields, the bar, and the farmer's respite? Just point us in the direction.
Make a persuasion check.
I don't think I have a plus anything. I do not. It's a solid 8.
8. What do I look like? A directory? It's gonna be the far north side of the city. You can't miss it. When you start to see farmland, the only farmland within the city limits, you'll know you're there. Now leave me be.
Do I believe him when he says north?
Make an insight check.
From behind the guard, can I like tap his shoulder, like hella intimately, like I didn't just hear all the directions?
23 for insight.
Yeah, he seems to be telling the truth.
Cool.
You can. You're welcome to try.
I'll be like, hi, excuse me. So we're new here. Can you tell me where I could
Cole
find?
immediately walks away.
Perfect.
follows
Specifically, the farmer's respite. It's like a big building, and apparently it's hard to miss. But I haven't been here before.
He looks at you.
I'm adorable.
Looks back at the spot where Cole was last standing. And looks back at you.
Just smiling.
Get lost, girly.
Okay.
And he turns back to his friend.
I'll show up behind him and be like, "Oh, are you the tour guide down here? I've been looking
I
for
swear to God, he pulls a knife, turning toward you.
Oh shit! Back away.
Worth it.
Yep. All right, let's try not to piss off any more guards. North.
Got one.
I think I've made the group since I went out already.
Yeah, give me a survival check.
I'll help since I know a loose direction.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead and roll with advantage.
Uh, 14.
Was that with advantage or no? Okay.
I only have a +2.
Okay. You guys start heading out north, using the directions given to you from both Cole, which you received from the guards, and your previous knowledge. Kush, you start to head north, and passing where you guys had ventured the previous day when you had met the Pirate King, you pass what is known as... I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank here. Give me a second. What's known as the dives. These sort of overhanging docks which reach between outside the Harpy's fort to the small standalone rock just north of the large one you guys are on. There's a long fall before before you reach the waters, where those who went to meet the Pirate King for the first time saw her water elemental climb its way up through the air to the above docks. As you guys pass around that area, you reach a stone bridge on the northernmost island, which ventures across to the cliff face on the north side. Here, you guys start to get to these small but very packed together ramshack housing, which begins to pile on top of each other in some areas, and spread out around and amongst these overhanging jungle trees throughout this cityscape. And as you guys start to venture through this area, you guys, some of you, oh no, all of you for the first time, Seymour, however, familiarly lets out a sigh as a number of furried and scaled-headed individuals start to pop their heads out and from around corners to look at you guys as you start to venture through the jungles once more. Your crowd of about 20 individuals now, with a total of 4, 5, 6... with a total of about 6 beastmen a part of it. Am I miscounting there? 2 tabaxi, a lizard folk, 2 dragonborns now, and yeah, you have about 5 beast folk a part of your crew, and amongst the 20 of you, this seems to leave you mostly unhindered throughout the jungle. You guys get a couple of sour stares as you pass, but as you start to wind through these dark, dimly lit streets, you remain entirely unperturbed, except for the occasional bark in your direction. Both literally and figuratively a bark. As you guys pass through this northern section, heading out a little bit past, you start to trail the northernmost road, where you see it starts to venture out even further north, deep into the copse of jungle, which lies further into the island ahead. As you start to see this path start to wind into the jungles, you can see a number of large open fields which lead back toward the city, where a number of ramshacked houses are built as well. And as you guys start to spot this, you realize this area here must be the more rural yields that they were referring to, and you start to venture in that direction. As you guys start to head, you see, meeting at this crossroads of 3 roads, you look to your left and see a large structure built out of 2 separate hulls. Both the front end of ships, built into like a 90-degree angle frame. This large building seems to be built in the corner, with one of the hulls facing outward. On the front, it says "The Farmer's Respite," written in paint along the side of the hull, and you can see a large gathering of individuals, both beast folk as well as humans, gathering both outside and inside the structure. You all arrive, and you see as light glows from the inside of this tavern, it is currently active and bustling with folks all about. What would you like to do? You all are standing outside in a crowd. Oh. Pierre eagerly starts to hurry up forward in a skip, and you watch as him and Dak begin to hurry ahead with a couple of pirates at their tail. 2 dwarven pirate deckhands, a part of your ship, begin to eagerly shuffle in throughout the door, in through the tavern door.
Well, keep an eye out for Meryl.
Yeah, Alra will enter and keep an eye out for Meryl.
Yeah. I'm with the dwarves. I'm going right to where they're going, where the party is.
Okay. As you guys
right
enter,
behind the key.
You are greeted by it depends on your view of this, but a mostly pretty beautiful sight, as this large building is filled with people. The 2 hulls in the front, one you enter underneath, entering beneath a balcony which rounds the upper level of this entire building. 2 stairs, one at the back left, 2 sets of stairs, one at the back left and one at the back right of this structure. As you enter from the front, you can see both lead toward this large upper balcony loft area, which then rounds the outside upper level of the bar. The center, there seems to be an open dance floor with a number of stools lining the outside.
as well as booths underneath the lofted area behind that. The dance floor has a small staged area in the front, just to the right as you enter this establishment. And on the stage right now, there seems to be a number of beast folk, a rat folk, currently sitting behind a makeshift drum set out of like pots and pans as he bangs away happily to the rhythm of a pair of dueling banjo players, both tabaxi, but one like a white and gold furred tabaxi, and the other a completely black furred cat. They both pluck away eagerly at the banjos in their hand as the pots and pans drummer keeps rhythm behind them. A number of people eagerly dance on the floor in front of them. That starts to pick up into a rowdy rhythm, which causes a bunch of pushing and swaying in the dance floor. More and more people start to bustle in from the door behind you, as well as a small door in the back corner of this room. A wide range of characters sit across this scene, from humans to elves to dwarves to tabaxi to wolfkin to the occasional turtle to the even more rare and unique Triton sitting in the back corner of the bar with a drink in his hand and a number of fellas gathered around.
Push goes to get a drink from the bar, if it is identifiable.
Yes, there are two bars, actually, on either side of the structure, and you can go to one bar where there is a halfling standing on a box behind, looking eagerly at anybody to approach. And you watch as he has sweat dripping from his brow, and as you approach, he hurriedly looks up at you and, "Hey, how can I help you, buddy? I gotta get back to work. Quick as you can."
Give me a local wine.
Wine? Okay, you got it. Local. Okay, here you go. That'll be 1 silver piece, please.
I take it out of my bag and flick it to him.
Wonderful. Thank you. You watch as he immediately pushes away, and he starts to rush off of his stool, where he picks it up and pushes it further down the bar, places it down, and hops back on to help the next customer.
Can I look for a table to sit at that's empty?
There's a number of full tables, and you can see a scattering of empty ones to grab. There is a standing table with a couple of tall stools around them, just on the edge of the dance floor. And then there's an open booth, kind of on the right side of the building, at the far back, kind of next to the back door to the establishment.
Does it have a good view of everything?
It hasn't.
That's the table.
I'm going to that table and sitting down.
Cole will meet you at that table.
Alarav's going to that table.
That table.
Everybody goes to that table and starts putting their coats on it.
The shadiest group of people just immediately takes the seats that can see everything.
Yeah. Alarav will go to one of the bars and get a glass of water.
Okay.
Because he doesn't drink.
You head over to the other bar, this one closer to where you've set up your table. Behind that stands a dwarven woman who, standing, her full height, she clears the bar just barely with her shoulders cresting the top of it. She looks up. "What can I get you?"
Glass of water, please.
Right? Oh, coming. And she ducks
Also,
below.
10 shots of fire water.
Oh!
She looks up with a single eyebrow perked in interest.
and then ducks behind the table, the bar once more.
And
She
something
rummages
Bringing
around,
that
you hear the
back to the
clanking of
table.
glasses, and she pops up. Right, where am I taking this?
To that booth in the back over there.
Okay. She pulls out a tray and putting them all on starts to follow you to the back table where she lays them all out, handing the singular flagon of water to Alarev.
And I'll pay for the shot.
Okay, that'll be 10 shots. We'll call it an even gold piece, please.
I will give a gold and 2 silver.
Oh, thank you
Gold
kindly.
tip.
And she starts to head back to the bar.
What are these?
There's one way to find out.
You're starting with the hard stuff, I see. Yeah.
We've been through hell.
Can I perceive the room for Meryl?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a perception check.
And also, slide 3 of them to Lithos. And just goes, he's a drinker.
Who has identify?
Hey man, you've seen some
Yeah.
shit sometimes.
I know my fair.
22 perception.
What was the roll?
22, 16 plus 6.
Okay. Sitting down, you kind of sit in the corner of the booth, getting a wide view of the entire establishment. Panning your eyes around, you do not see Meryl, however. What you do see, though, is a number of individuals dressed in the common attire, the cut black pants, as well as red striped shirts, each carrying in their hands 2 flagons in each hand, watching the top of them, making sure they don't spill, as they kind of slightly drunkenly start to walk up the steps to the second level, by the stairs on the left side of the bar. Tailed behind these 2 pirates, there is the samurai-looking man, Katori, to be his name, and in his hands, he still is entirely armored, with his hair still tightly put up in that bun. In both of his hands, he carries 4 flagons by their handles. Calmly, he walks up the stairs, sliding behind and out and past the 2 pirates who kind of stagger up the stairs behind him.
I'd like to aura sight the samurai.
Okay. Oh God, they always roll so horribly on aura sight. What would you like to know?
I'd like to know its hit points and its intentions towards our crew.
Okay.
Specifically, if I could figure out why they invited us here in the first place, that'd be nice. But I understand that might be pushing it a little too far.
Okay. Yeah. No. I got you.
I saw the handiwork that you did to our crew after your workout hour. It was crazy.
Oh, I mean, Alarev doesn't mind going out for a night, but he also doesn't like being ambushed. So if he can find out if they're trying to play a trick on him, that'll definitely change how we do the evening.
This samurai has a total of 124 hit points. As well as you leave your body and enter, viewing the soul of another through a glimpse in the whites of his eyes. For a brief second, you manage to get a view into his soul, and zooming in deep within his being, you take his perspective, and zooming out, you get, again, I can hear myself through you, Tim, by the way. Zooming out for a second, getting a view of the samurai himself, a faint buzzing can be heard from your ears, from the perspective of the samurai. And as you kind of zoom out to take a look at yourself, you can see the buzzing of a gnat around the head of the samurai as a sort of signification of your ship. And then you find yourself in your body once more. You feel insignificant to the samurai.
Oh, cool.
However, no insignificant.
I don't know.
That's how he views all of you compared to him.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
That's pretty good. Well, not like reputation-wise, but like danger-wise.
Well, it could mean a couple things, I guess, but...
He went upstairs?
Alarav will discreetly share that information with everybody else at the table.
You'll get the same response
Well,
from Siri.
if he went upstairs...
He'll just kind of say, like,
Meryl might be upstairs.
He'll just say, he'll, like, point toward... Not, like, point, but, like, motion with his head towards the samurai. And say, that was the one with Meryl, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, he seems to not be, thinking of us too much, to say the least.
It seems that Meryl is right above us.
Do we want to
Well,
go
if
say
they
hi?
invited us, we should at least go say hello.
It does only seem right. I will accompany. Pierre stands up.
Yeah, I'll go up.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yep, I'm going.
Someone
I
else,
follow.
please. I need
Yeah,
no
I
more
can talk.
persuasions for me.
I got good persuasion unless somebody else wants to.
No, I have more charisma.
I have good persuasion.
Oh, me and McKee.
No, he's drinking with me. Get somebody else.
I am persuasive.
What?
I'm intimidating.
I'm going up with them. I'm just not... I'm planning to not talk. But I'm still gonna go.
I'll go up, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
intimidating, so if things go a little sour, maybe, I don't know.
Like
You're
crack your
gonna
knuckles.
intimidate the Pirate King's crew.
Yeah, we don't want
As
to.
well as a samurai.
Hey, I'm just saying.
I'm not saying Alarev isn't intimidating. I'm just saying it's an interesting
samurai?
choice.
A samurai with a measly double my hit points.
Yeah, seriously.
Fuck this
There it
guy.
is.
I
No,
don't even have 50 hit points.
in all of your heads. No
I'm
bar
at
fight.
60.
I have 61.
I think I have
I
like
don't even have 60.
Sayri,
Yeah, right nearly.
does, you do hear ring through each of your heads, Sayri does tell you each, no bullshit.
No bar fights, not
Oh,
bullshit.
no bar fight. I thought you said no bullshit.
No
Well,
bar
speak
fights.
clearly,
I'm
enunciate.
gonna imagine no
I have
bullshit.
food in my mouth, I'm sorry!
Eat your food, Sayeri, before you want to talk in our minds.
And then I put food in my mouth.
Don't,
How do
don't
your
talk in our
thoughts come
minds
through
your
with a
mouth
full
full.
mouth?
That's what I was
I
thinking.
said it, and then I ate, and then he asked for it, and he said it again. I'm like, no, wait.
That's
Man,
funny.
I think
the
there's
witch has a
crumbs
very
in my
clouded
brain.
mind.
I
Very
look
clouded
at
mind to
Sayuri.
speak with food in her mouth while
Yeah.
she's telepathically communicating with us. How does that make any sense?
I look
took
at
a trip
Kyrie and
into
go,
Bush's
what
brain and
kind
got
of
the
group did
munchies.
I just get into?
You don't want to
One
know.
at a time.
We're
One at a time.
alive.
Say that again. Say it again, please.
I look at Sayuri and go, what, or with the look of on my face, like, what kind of group did I just get into?
Only Makit calls me Sayuri, and I don't know why. It's Sayuri. But, we're a lively group. We're nice.
Yeah.
I think we're nice.
You just, like, learn to don't worry about what she says. She's just a witch.
I'm not a witch. Before you say it, I'm not a witch. Don't believe when they say I'm a witch, because I'm not. I haven't gone to school.
Points at the witch's hat.
I'm not wearing it! I'm not, and that's the ship too!
She has
The
said a
room as
number of
well?
times she does not wear the hat.
Unless I have to wear the hat. I am attuned to it presently, though.
Oh, so you're wearing the hat.
No, I'm not wearing that! I should not be wearing trying it.
How many attunement slots do we have? Just one or two?
We have
3.
Oh, we have 3. Shit.
We
Yeah, you
always
get
have
3 attunement slots.
Sick.
Because I don't have anything else to attune to, so I was like, fuck it.
Yes.
That's not entirely true.
We go up the stairs. I mean,
You
I
have
only
a
have
pearl
3.
of power.
I'm attuned to that as well. I only have. I would have had a warlockery.
And I
That's
have
my third.
nothing else, and I was like, not nothing. I'll take
Not
that pearl back.
Not assuming you want it.
Okay, guys. What's up, Kush?
Does the effects of one glass of wine give me any boost to charisma?
No.
Oh, I'm expecting I have to
no-
do like a
there's
save
no,
for
like-
my shot.
There's
Not
no
on the
like
fir- not on
drunk
the first shot.
confidence.
Not the first
Okay.
shot.
I guess my con is
Five more.
+1. I can probably take a shot.
No,
Ev-
also I
everyone
realize
can
that
take
it
one
will be a.
shot.
I was gonna say it will be a slippery slope.
As
I mean,
anybody,
Lithos
else,
took 3.
Not drink.
anybody who's taken shots, even like your first time drinking, the first shot you always go like, oh, this isn't so bad. It's the second one that sends you in the hole.
Well, Lithos took 3 of them.
21st.
I did.
In the hole.
Oh, Lithos
Cole
took
only
3 of
did
them?
1, and that would
Lithos-
have left another 6 on the table.
So you reached 1. Was it like? What
I
is
probably took one.
Like
It's
a
whiskey.
whiskey shot?
Firewater's whiskey.
it? Okay.
If you took the shot of whiskey after the glass of wine, then I need a Constitution check.
No, so I took the shot of whiskey and I'm holding the glass of wine on my way up, but I'm like drinking it as
Okay.
we go.
Do I need a con check then?
Yes, as Mr.
If you did
Shots
3,
over here,
I gave you
need a
3.
con-
Oh, okay.
But he took them in succession.
Let me see.
Yeah,
I might have
know,
handed
I know.
you 3 on purpose, but
This is why Alrap does not turn in this right.
I knew that your character was going to be a drinker anyway.
Here's a DD. I don't like the shot. I'm gonna.
I got a.
I have to.
If you
Oh,
want,
so
I can
how does saving roll start? So I have like Constitution as a saving throw.
Are you
I would just add my
you're
proficiency
proficient.
bonus. Okay.
If
So
you
I'd
have
be
a
at,
check, you're
Constitution
proficient.
modifier and
Yeah.
your proficiency of 3.
Okay. So I got a 23. And then you want 2 more, I assume?
Yep.
No, I need 1 more. The
Okay.
first one's a freebie that doesn't require a save. The second one
Okay.
requires a
The
save.
2
and
after.
The third one is going to receive.
I got and then I got a 22 on top of that.
Okay, yeah, you're putting these
Good
back
save.
without an issue. And you do, like, you literally take them in succession, to which, like, the rest of the table, some of the pirates, like, just the casual pirates from your crew, like, go wide-eyed on the other side of the table, like, we just got here, man. You can slow down a bit.
Hey, man, war is hell. It's just like, yeah.
Okay, I can feel that. And as you say that, one of the pirates reaches for a second one. He's got a point. Takes it back.
If there's any left when we leave, I'll do a second one.
Yeah.
As you leave to go upstairs, what do you mean when you leave?
Yeah, when we leave to go talk to these people. There were
Yep,
6.
there's a second one for you.
Okay, I'll do that one, which I'll have to save.
Yep.
Everybody wants to-
This is 100% more because Cole wants to be not thinking.
Yeah, this is a form of gambling within itself in D&D. It's like,
Drink.
do I
I
have
got an
the drink?
18. I actually got a pretty good roll.
Okay, yeah, you succeed. It causes a little bit of gag reflex because you don't take it properly, but you stomach it.
Leave the rest on the table, and we go say hello to these people.
Okay,
I tapped Cole on the back. Good job.
you guys stand up and start heading upstairs. Who goes with you? All of you?
I'm going up.
I will go up the stairs.
Who isn't? Let's do it
Raise
that.
your,
Who
raise
isn't?
your hand. Raise your hand if you're going.
My hands up.
Okay.
Alrab is raising his hand.
Yes, I know both of you raising your hand. Okay, cool. So you 5, along with Pierre, start to head upstairs. You guys watch as you do so. Dak follows you up at a distance of about 6 feet, and as you guys approach the table, Dak rounds and leans against the railing, standing on the opposite side of the upper level.
I give Dak a thumbs up from behind my back.
You guys approach.
Yeah, we see Captain Merrill.
There is literally right above where you guys are standing, in about a booth against the back wall, kind of almost directly above where you guys are sat. Sits taking up about two, and almost like another booth next to it is a large group of red striped shirted pirates with a large array of flagons in front of them, drinking flagons of ale, putting them back with ease and a hearty attitude. Everybody is reveling in the merriment. And amongst them, you see three people. A large 7-foot-something man with large runes creeping out from underneath his V-neck opening on his shirt. You can see the runes creeping up to around his neck. You see the samurai setting down a large number of drinks and then sitting on the edge of the booth. And in the center of a large group of pirates sits Merrill, laughing boisterously to a joke just recently said. And as you all approach, he kind of looks down, tips his hat, and takes it off, setting it on the table. Hello! I'm so glad you all could join us. Wonderful. You, and he points to one of the red shirts standing off to the side. Take your friend, go get another round of drinks. And the two individuals start to rush off behind you. As they do that, I want everybody to remember what we're doing right now, because I need to run to the bathroom, and I didn't put together a good time.
Oh, perfect. So do I.
Yeah, so
Everybody want to do like a 10-minute break then?
Take a bath. Yeah, let's do a quick 10 minutes. Meet
Oh,
back here.
top of the hour?
Yeah, everyone back at top of the hour.
Top of the hour, that works.
Sounds good.
How would my stream go? This is
About 1 second later.
I'll be watching, because I might be timing something else right now.
A dab.
shot.
My burgers.
Shot.
I was gonna say my burgers came out really good.
Nice.
Hey, nice.
So part of me, I was like, I knew they were gonna more than likely offer drinks. And I was like, now Cole would know that, and he would normally not want to get drunk. Like, but you know, it's been a fucking week, so.
It's been a week.
So he's super ready to get drunk, apparently.
Oh yeah, did nobody had asked me what I won at auction for $6,000?
Yeah, actually, for how much?
anyone
He didn't
else,
say
no.
how much.
No. I got a Luger.
Oh, you know, you told me you were bidding on that.
1917 production Luger.
I remember you said you were looking into it. I didn't.
Very
Oh,
nice.
God, yeah. I found a nice one.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a drink.
Oh, it is. I'm so excited.
Like,
Oh, jeez.
What?
your third.
No, I
or fourth
didn't know what it
rifle.
was, so I looked it up. Like it's like a World War II pistol, right?
World War One pistol.
World War One.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, no. Again, I've known Matt a very, very long time. When we were in elementary school, he was all about this engineering, military. I remember originally it was you wanted to be the military engineering. Because you wanted to work on tanks and stuff. Originally.
Yeah, here and there. I went into civil and then changed to industrial. But I did try out for like ROTC and stuff. I just kind of
Not like
went.
you would
nah.
hate civil.
I did change out of it, and then again, like civil is buildings, so it's like it's
I know,
honestly
and that's
totally
the
the buildings.
thing. You got to deal with more like because you do have the mindset of like you want it to be as functional as possible, and that's not what you get in civil a lot of the time. It's not going to
No.
be for function. It's going to
You gotta
be
deal with
for
some
like
architect's
looks
bullshit.
And yeah, that
Oh,
would
I
just piss you off. You'd be
Yeah,
like,
probably.
it could work so much better if they would just do it this way.
Just give me like one like post column. It makes my life so much easier. Just give me like one
figured-
support column.
I figured
Although
it's a bar
I-
scene. Why not bring a small bar's worth?
I also do see a lot of things though, just like mechanics also hating engineers. Like I just saw one where these people were working on like a semi truck, and to get to this like bracket, they had to use like 30 extenders to go from the wheel well like
Yeah.
all the way in. and they're like, we're losing. Like, they're like, I don't know who designed this, but they are a fucking asshole.
Hey man, if you wanted the car to look pretty, you gotta hide shit in there. You should see German cars.
Semi truck. I don't imagine the semis care too much.
Well, again, that's all a size thing. Where can you bury it? How cheap is it to make it?
Yeah, I mean, there's always stuff like that. I mean, you're never gonna really get a perfect thing, but I do love seeing all the like little clippets of just like stuff that's blatantly obvious. Like the other one I saw was like someone was like trying to change their toilet out, and all the bolts that they needed to get to, they just couldn't unscrew because the toilet itself was in the way with all the piping, and and it was like, I don't like, they should have known what they were aiming for. How do you fuck this up?
The one that I always love is like on I think 60s cars or 70s cars, the rear wheel would have like a skirt that would go over it, so you don't get the full wheel well, but you get like a half wheel well that comes out of it. So to change that tire, you got to take that whole panel off, which is a whole bitch, and then you can take the tire off.
Oh yeah. That's
one of the things you go like, oh, that's a dumb idea. We should stop doing that, and then they did. You find that here and there. Everybody screws it up. It's just like, oh no, that was a bad. It's the difference between oh that was a bad idea or oh that was a concession. I have less of that in my work because it's just like I'm just playing with bottles and industrial equipment.
Nothing's worse than unintelligent design. Like you see something and it's like, why would you design it that way?
Well, there's always a reason for that. If there isn't a reason, it looks like it's cobbled together with duct tape, then that's poor design. Usually there's a reason. Is it one that you agree with? You know, it's like the argument like, what's the best tank? What's the best aircraft carrier or aircraft? It's like, it depends what you want, you know?
There was also one I saw,
that whole thing.
That was like complaining about military housing. Because the way that this person's just terrible stuff was set up, it was like their oven, their drawer for like silverware, and their washing machine were all in the same corner. And you can't open the drawer without opening the washing machine. It's in the way. And you like the drawer won't slide, it hits the washing machine. So you have to open the washing machine so you can open the drawer. But you can only open the washing machine if you open the oven, because the oven door is in the way of the washing machine drawer. So every time you want to get silverware, you have to open your oven, dishwasher, and then the drawer.
That sounds about right.
That's why,
what the fuck?
That's why, like, one of my favorite design classes I ever took was, like,
the reasoning is like it's like a
biomimicry.
spatial thing to save space.
Whoever designed that is a genius.
Oh god, I laughed so hard.
One of my favorite classes to take was, what is it? Biomimicry was like the class name, and it was like specifically about designing. Like you had to design things based off of like mimicking, you know, biological processes. So like it's about like studying something from nature and then creating something off of that. So like for instance, a good example is like a really good example, and this is what I used in like paper for that class, is like the technology we use for harvesting like aqua energy, like for harvesting like water, and we've used like a number of different methods of doing it, and the big problem that you constantly run into is like it's harming biolife, like it's constantly killing fish or harming the algae and whatnot. So like the more efficient way to like the way that was discovered to you know, design things that were less harmful to the environment was to mimic, you know, things in the environment they're from. So there's like technology being developed to harvest the energy of waves in the same way algae moves, because the way algae moves, you know, mimics the way that the waves move. And so there's a new like water power. What's the word I'm looking for?
Oh yeah, I've seen those. It's really cool. It floats on top of the waves.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And they move with the waves, and that's what produces the energy. And they've designed that by studying algae and the way it moves.
You'd be surprised what comes from that kind of thing. Like a lot more than you'd think.
Oh yeah, it's fucking
like the trial and
specifically
error
fins.
process. It's almost like the trial and error process that is the world is going to lead to some pretty cool things working out in smart ways.
Why
Yeah,
reinvent
that's-
the wheel if you already have one?
That's exactly like the fucking animals have been reinventing themselves to work
For
like a wheel,
millennia.
you know? Yeah.
Yep.
Uh,
It all
I mean,
follows
there are like, I forget if it's monkeys or gorillas that are basically in the Stone Age right now. Like they've officially started using tools.
Oh yeah.
oh yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
That was a couple. Yeah, that was recent.
Yeah,
That was
there
cool.
was like a picture of an orangutan spearfishing
Mm-hmm.
after he saw a bunch of fishermen doing it.
They're at the
Fuck.
point where they're starting to learn
Planet
tools.
of the Apes is happening, guys. That's all I'm saying.
It's gonna
They
a couple
can
thousand years.
skyrocket to
Buy
that
your
point
guns.
like that. We deserve to die.
Don't
Well, Chris,
give-
did you hear what?
What?
Did you
was
hear
gonna
what
say,
I-
don't
what I
give your
said I
guns to your
got?
monkey. Yeah, your Luger. Yeah.
It's like and a callback. Ah,
I don't think I think the monkeys will use your
He's got
Luger
more.
against you. So
He's got more.
I do have a lot more. As well,
You've
I don't know if
already
they're
figured out how to
figuring
use
into
AK.
trigger.
come on.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all rifles,
We've all
like
seen the
actual
movie.
rifles,
Like
but
humans had
Oh, I got a
guns.
bunch of stuff.
The problem is the
Yeah,
monkeys
yeah.
are just gonna take our guns. Like that's the whole problem.
You have to worry about the government. The monkey's gonna take the guns.
the monkeys are gonna take.
I mean, hey, if you were gonna be an invading force, you start in Australia. They don't even have guns. They cannot
Not
defend
anymore.
themselves.
But they have monkeys. Coincidence?
No, they have kangaroos and
I was
emus.
just about to
Which
say
when
that.
they went to
Land.
war with the emus, they lost.
Yep.
It is a historical, literal thing.
Yep.
You can look it up.
It's the 60s, right? I think.
They lost a war against
No,
emus.
I think it was way before the 60s. I think it was the Emu War was like in the 20s or the 30s.
Yeah, it was great.
No, yeah, right. It was a longer time ago. 32.
Because of
It was.
overpopulation too. They were like, we need to thin the herd, and they
was-
took out like 100, maybe.
Yeah.
It was literally just the sheer
They were
number.
just
They
too
they
damn
massed
fast.
up in a giant herd, so
I
you
know.
couldn't do anything about it.
What they needed was guns.
No, they had guns.
They had guns back.
They had
They
guns
had,
against
like,
the emus.
They had machine guns. They had Lewis guns.
That was not the
problem
problem
is
because
it's
they would
too
fire
damn
into the emus and then they would disperse and they would trample like anything they ran into, which was everything because there were so many emus.
I know.
It was just a mess.
Yeah.
Flamethrowers
They
and
a few each time,
Just,
but
just
like
walk down with a flamethrower.
Anyway, back on topic.
Yeah.
Dragontooth Rock is being overrun by emus currently, and you must take up arms. It is the greatest threat yet.
Kush
Set
pulls
sail.
out his swords and begins the sword dance.
I've been waiting for this moment.
I fly into the air and cast Fireball.
I deem
I
this
need
moment
the
worthy.
I know where to pick my battles.
Very
Okay.
sadly,
Someone
Alvarez.
else has fireball.
Alvarez-
That means we got a light cleric.
So
Very sadly.
you guys approach Merrill and his table. He sends two nearby pirates off to get a round of drinks and turns to you all with a smile. Did you lot enjoy your day amongst the city? I know some of you were stuck on ship, but I'm sure this brief venture out has been pleasant enough for you.
Show
Kush
off
bows
his new
and
threads.
removes.
Your threads. I'm showing you off, Kush.
Oh.
Your threads.
I bow and take off my hat and say, why yes, although not all of my compatriots here went out on town, I was able to see what fine wares you have available and talk to some of the locals. I had a great day. Now, these folk were stuck on the ship, so I figured I'd take them out for the night that you offered.
He stands
Thank you
up.
for inviting us.
He stands up as you say that, and as he like motions for two of like the pirates in his way to like move your legs in. He like squeezes out of the booth and approaches you. He like takes a fine look at your wares, picks up the corner of your vest. Ah, Mala's wares, I see. I shop there myself. I'm a proud patron of her fine expertise, if you will. Looks like you all still have your day about you. Come, revel in the merriment we have here this evening. I'm sure a few games of gambling will open up here on the sides, there and there. It always seems to. And just like every night goes in this hellhole of a town, by night's end, I'm sure many of you will be passed out in the muck. That is, if we succeed.
I want
In
to look
throwing
over to
a
my.
wonderful time.
I look over to my crew to see if they give an approving nod or not. What they want to do.
All right, open here.
Two of the nearby pirates approach with like rounds of ale in their hands. You watch as the mugs aren't exactly full, as spilling was caused on their way up their stairs, but they do have ale presented out and held out for each of you. Please take a drink. Have a seat. I'd love to ask you all prying questions of where you hail from.
Alright. I'll take a mug to sit.
I'll take it, and then I'll slide it to Cole.
Social interrogation.
I politely take a mug.
Will take a seat, but he won't take a drink.
Yeah.
Push takes a drink and is now holding an ale and a glass of wine.
Double fisting.
Let me trade you. Give me the wine.
You watch as the
I
like.
have
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll take two. I'll take 2 meads instead, or 2 ales.
Okay. As Meryl continues, you kind of pan over the crew and you see the large 7-foot man, like with runes carved into his skin, below his clothing. You watch as he holds up his two mugs in his hand and gives you a hearty nod in your direction. Meryl continues. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name in the fine robes.
It is Cush Bush on River's Bend, but you can call me Cush for short.
Wonderful. Where is it you hail from?
I come from the great land of Aelith, up in the jungles.
The jungles of Aelith, then.
Yes, but I haven't been there for Yes, but I haven't been there for some time. I've spent the last few years out on the sea.
As many of us can say we have as well. And what caused you to meet up with your captain?
Well, as all of my friends here will say, we all saw a flyer and thought, hey, I could use a job. I don't know about the rest of them.
I believe all of us else have our own.
That's going to be a lie for me.
Okay.
That wasn't my intention. So.
Go ahead and roll a deception check.
He was like, I'm already ready.
19.
He looks at you piercingly with his bright blue eyes. They kind of cut you through you for a brief second, it seems, as one of his eyebrows raise in response to what you just say. It seems that this is the tale for many of our folk who take to the seas, yes, but it seems you keep something from me. You are not a simple sailor who seeks adventure upon waters. You seek more. I can see this. But we just met. I don't expect you to tell me your life's tale. I just ask a question. I just take an interest. You, standing behind, what is your name? He points to you, Cole.
I am Cole Strauss. As far as what I do on the crew, the crew's a wizard.
Ah, wonderful. A very useful role upon any crew. A noble profession. I don't have the sort of concentration that takes, but I commend you. And where do you hail from?
I am from Aqualis.
Ah. From the mainland? One of the free peoples? You don't look the type.
I'm an Aqualayan. I am not a freeman.
There's not many wizards amongst your ilk. That seems peculiar. Most
Just
of
always
your...
had a knack for it.
I've had my
Never
fair
really
shares
understood the shaman aspect that so many prefer.
Yes, I have spent many evenings with Captain Iwase in my past. I've walked amongst her crew. Her people are quite powerful, but it takes a sort of wisdom I am not capable of myself to practice their fine arts, that's for sure. They have a connection to the waters that many pirates could only dream of. Well, it's interesting. I'm intrigued to hear your story. What brought you to turn to the ways of arcane arts?
Well, truthfully, I was studying to be a sage. I was more intrigued by the lore of everything, and the magic just seems to come with it.
Yeah, this is true. We do live in quite the magical world, and sailing these waters, I've only seen that tenfold in my days.
But my days are just of a boring classroom.
Well, now you've found a life of adventure upon the seas. Seems like quite the turn. Usually takes quite the upheaval to cause things like that. I'm intrigued to know what that is. It's not often that one just simply turns to the seas. He motions to Kush here. In seek of peril in the most dangerous waters there are. And it's not often that a seeker of lore turns to die at these seas either. It usually is because of some sort of upheaval. He looks at you both curiously. But that is fine. I understand.
Cole just puts his hands in his pockets and then just goes, well, you know what they say. The gods laugh at those that make plans.
Wise words. From what I can only assume to be a wise man. You, tall one. Elf. Half-elf? Half-elf. Who are you to this Captain Valenti? This is, my home upon the seas. The captain took me in. I am his right hand, and I am his lookout. His sniper. And he motions to the rifle, which he does carry on his back in this bar with him at the moment. He nods in the direction of Meryl's arm and gestures with a hand out. I am sure you hold a very similar role for your captain. You see, it is always important to keep an eye on them. Indeed. And how long have you been your captain? Since he left the Holy Kingdom, yes. That is right. He was an admiral in the Holy Kingdoms. One of the greatest. A man not to be trifled with. You should remember this. I have been at his side the entire time. I have seen what he can do. I have seen what power he holds within his sword. He is a man of God, and I do believe God walks with him. Pierre begins to stare this man down with an intensity to him you're not very familiar with Pierre. But as Meryl and him meet eyes in this brief staring contest, Meryl moves his gaze first over to the Golden Dragonborn, where Ephirium, he addresses you.
Okay.
And you, of royal blood, I can see. You must hail from Esteraria.
My
Brought
origin.
you to... Sorry, go on.
My origins are a little cloudy right now. I am, unsure of my past at the moment.
You don't have to tell me everything.
Cole just stares at Sayri.
That was a mumble.
Your history with your captain. Has it been long?
No, not long at all.
No. How long exactly? Just picked up?
Yeah, like a few hours now.
Oh, upon these docks. You're from Dragontooth.
I am a mere traveler.
I have not seen you amongst these docks before. I see a lot, too. No, wait. You're one of the temple folk. Up against the cliffsides, correct?
Correct.
You've been helping out in the Temple of Aora.
Yes. I travel from area to area, helping those in need.
Well, it seems that this crew is your people in need currently.
Yes.
I can respect that. And what is it exactly that you people need, that you've sought this cleric?
We don't have a primary healer.
I specialize in the healing arts.
This is very important. I can understand why you would have sought that. And you, woman, what is it exactly you do for the crew?
Me?
He gestures to you, Sayri.
I shoot things with my finger. And I also occasionally heal my comrades.
As you say the shooting thing, he puts up his crossbow. So do I. I don't do so much of the healing, however. Another practitioner of the arcane arts, I can assume?
Yes. Naturally.
What brought you to these waters?
Not a witch. Exploration. It was a fun... I mean, I wasn't doing anything on shore, so this looked like a fun time.
Where is it you hail from?
Where do I hail from? That is a good question. Cole, I see you.
It is a question I'm asking you.
I'm not particularly sure.
That seems a little odd, no?
I was raised in an orphanage.
And this orphanage was where? That's part of where you're from, you understand.
Where's my orphanage from, DM?
Well, I've discussed this with you.
Have we?
Yes, I've taken you into two separate calls
you don't
to discuss
know
your background, Sayri.
Did I type it
I will
down?
give her some credit. It's a little confusing
I don't know how
with
I'm supposed to know this.
I say the right answer.
Remember? Okay, so we're gonna have to do this here again for the third time.
Got the DM.
Remember how we discussed how, yes, you woke up in an orphanage, but you'd have to wake up in an orphanage somewhere. So we discussed like it'd probably be upon Aqualis.
There we go.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, it doesn't seem like you've worked out much of the time that you do remember.
No, I did not.
You know what I mean?
Magical how that happens. I'm not going backstory. It's not something. Oh, Aqualis. It was at Aqualis. Yes, Chris.
You're leaving me with very little information to work from. You understand why the king is a little iffy of your presence, correct?
Not necessarily, other than of my racial heritage.
Right. That racial heritage being identical to hers, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You can understand why this would put her on edge. Oh, he kind of...
Not the most insightful one in the...
He clasps he clasps the bridge of his nose, like in frustration. Right. So, she might not have the best relationship with her family. And should someone who looks awfully similar to her people, including her family, show up upon her shores, who she hasn't seen in quite some time, you could understand why this individual, who claims to have no recollection of where she comes from or what connection she has to this pirate king, you can understand why this would put her on edge, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't see why it's anyone else's business what she's doing. She's an adult. She's doing well for herself. She's a king.
Yes, and being a king, she holds both a lot of wealth and a lot of power. Yes? So you can see how powerful and wealthy individuals would like her well rid of.
But that's why she's king, because she's powerful enough to stop them from doing that.
Right. And there are other powerful individuals where she hails from. You kind of notice that the pirates around him, who were originally like striking up conversation, making comments, have now gone completely silent and are now just listening to what you two are saying to each other.
Sip my wine.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
So, I would like to put it on record with you. I didn't quite catch your name.
Oh, I'm Sari.
Right. Sari. The Pirate Queen is uneasy with your presence here in her city. You're a free person, however, and are welcome to come and go as you please. The Pirate King would never stop someone from doing as they please. That being said, if what she pleases is to ever rid you from her waters, let's say her wealth and power, might manage to make that possible. Now, this may be mistaken as a threat to you, and I want to be clear it's not. For should you mean no harm to Her Majesty, you're in the clear. But should this amnesia that you claim be less honest than what you let on, well, you would join a number of individuals at the bottom of these waters. Do you understand that?
I have no ill intent. So if maybe talking with her would make her feel more at ease, I'm down for an audience if she would permit.
You can understand why she might not permit that.
Yeah, of course.
Right. So, going forward, if there's anything you would like to ever contact Her Majesty on, it's best you let me send her the message.
That's actually perfect, because I was wanting to ask her things. So, on the topic of our race, I was wondering what else she knew about them, because I know so very little.
Okay. You're not really getting the vibe I'm putting down here for you, are you? Her Majesty's race is a bit of a sore topic for her.
Oh.
And in your best interest, it would be wise that you do not bring it up to her.
Gotcha.
That being said, if your amnesia happens to be the honest truth, I can empathize with the situation you're in.
If I may speak for my...
One second. Should you have any questions about where you come from, I might be willing to help. However, a dialogue between Her Majesty and yourself regarding this factor might not be in your best interest.
Okay.
Your Majesty, let's simply put it this, was wronged many years ago. For this reason, she's a bit of an outcast among her people. This has put her at quite the risk among her and her kin. So much so that there is no trust between her and another of her kind. There cannot be. I'm sorry, I've seemed to ruin the mood a bit. You! The guy sighs from the standing at the side of you, Alareth. 2 more rounds. Quick as you can. Take your friend again. You watch as they trudge off behind you. Like, upset at this order once more. And he moves on. You, tall one, standing off to the side. With the mask, what is it you're hiding exactly?
Can I aura side him first?
Why not?
Getting deep with this bar.
You fail.
Oh, well. I'll just say, my name's Alarab Rothanol, and I'm, from the Galale Seal Mountains in, northern Aelith. Sorry, Galale Seal.
We learned something about Alareth, guys.
You're
no longer stoic eyes.
Now they have some emotion.
Now they have a home that we know of.
What is your role upon this crew of your captains?
I keep the crew in check, basically. Any issues that they may have, I take care of it.
Watch captain of sorts.
Yeah.
A noble role. That must mean you carry a bit of a presence with you, I'm sure. I can tell by the way you stand lording over your friends in the back like this. What is it exactly that brought you to these waters? What do you seek upon the Atoro Edith?
Have you heard of the monasteries in the Galale Seal? Or the Galale Seal?
I have not.
Well, anyways, we fight giants, and specifically, there's a type of giant that I'm looking for that may be in the Atoro Edith. One that I'm sure humanity probably knows little about.
And what exactly is your prey you're hunting for?
Not really prey, just curiosity. You see, most giants don't have how do I want to word this? They don't necessarily like organize or have like free thought or conscience, but these giants, the cloud giants, they're said to, have intelligence, and that piques my curiosity.
I'll tell you something, Alarev. I have a bit of experience in my homeland of dealing with giants. It's a distant past of mine, but very real. And it is that most giants do have a bit of agency. It just, due to their different environments, it depends how they behave. I have met many hill giants that have not meant me harm in the past. Just like I've met many frost giants who have meant me great harm. Everyone is different, and each crafted by their environment. I wouldn't be so quick to judge one by what their cover. For yourself, Alarev, you walk around with a mask, no? This is a quite off-putting trait of yours. I myself walk around with a big, smiling grin at all times. It's disarming, some would say, but welcoming often. This is but what I was taught and how I was raised. It has nothing to do with who I am, how I was born. Something to keep in mind. You'll meet many souls out on these waters. Many different types. Anyway, I'm pleased you all could come stop by. Go, have another drink. Talk to either of the barkeeps. Let them know you have the Hoppy's favor. They'll give you drinks on the house.
I told you guys free drinks.
Now please, don't be a bother, but don't be a stranger now.
So long. Au revoir.
Bye.
Yeah, we will head back downstairs.
Yeah, Alarev will
Back to
nod
the
and
booth.
head back to his booth.
Have to, are we just like carrying our drinks, or have we drank any of our?
I wouldn't have finished.
Have you
it
drank?
completely?
Did you finish it? You just got to tell me when you finish your drink.
I had two, so I probably finished one of them.
Yep.
Well, I'm
Go
going
ahead.
back down if there's any
I
shots
had,
still on the
some
table.
more
I'm
ale.
doing another.
It's a
How
scout's
many left?
honor
Did you
kind of
finish those off,
situation.
Matt?
How many were left?
At least 4.
There were
I had two.
left on the table. There were 3 left when they all left.
Okay, 3. Sorry.
I had 2 more in that time.
I got an 18
I'll finish them
Constitution
off.
saving throw.
Okay, 18. You succeed. What everybody's doing, you kind of have like a perplexed look on your face right now, AJ. What everybody's doing, I'm not sure if you're aware. They're just telling me like how drunk they're getting as the evening progresses. So like, it's kind of like a scout's honor situation when you're at a bar. If you're saying like my character's putting him back, I'm gonna be asking like after every drink past the first one, like to give me a Constitution saving throw. So if you think your character would be putting him back, let me take a Constitution, and that'll discern whether, like, I'll judge how drunk you're getting, basically, off of that Constitution saving throw.
I'm
so,
finishing the last shot on the table.
So when they all got there, rounds were bought for everyone, and everybody had a drink in their hand. Did you finish that one?
Yeah.
Okay. And then as you were standing up with Meryl, another round was brought to you all. Did you partake and finish that one? Would you have?
Yeah.
Would your character have? Then give me a Constitution
Probably
saving
out of
throw.
politeness. Okay.
Here's what I-
Oh
I'll
no.
give you one.
That is not good.
This is why you should give drinks to other people.
I got a 6.
Oof. Total with adding your stuff?
Yes.
Ooh.
6.
Oh,
Wonderful.
boy. Is that a crit? No,
One
is that a
pump
crit
jump.
fail?
No,
Was it a
no.
one?
It wasn't a 1? No.
No,
he has
it
a
was a
plus
4.
2, so it was a 4, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Bad roll.
As you all are standing around the table up by Meryl, the nearby group of pirates standing nearby is ushered off to grab a second round, another round for you guys. And as they come back, handing out the third round, you all down the beer you have in your hand to receive another one. And as Ethereum, your new found ally, chugs his back, you watch as he puts his hand in front of his snout in a hurry after taking it down. And as you hear a faint burp come from within his chest, a small burst of flame just comes out the side of his mouth as he tries to keep it within his snout. And as he does that, he kind of takes a step back and rights himself beneath himself as he just starts slightly beginning to sway as he stands there. But the pirate comes up and hands you guys out another round of drinks, and as you guys all take it accordingly, you're not really drunk, Ethereum, FYI. You didn't just get plastered or anything, but you're starting to sway. You're starting to get drunk. You're feeling it throughout your body. Your face is starting to get all red and flustered.
It was just a really good drink.
After a really good one. And you guys are handed another drink, which you can nurse appropriately as you'd like.
And
What'd you say?
Valorep would like to get some tea.
I will hand off my drink to someone. Probably Kirsch. Maybe Cole.
I'd actually like to, so before we, go down, kind of just linger back and then go to, I forgot his name, who we're talking to, god dang it.
Meryl?
Meryl, thank you. Meryl. And I'd be like,
Meryl?
it'd be like, look, sir, about my elven friend. She's very good at many things, but does not know anything. So, more specifically about her kind and everything in there. And you can imagine, if you know nothing about your identity of where you come from, it could be disorienting and a bit depressing. So her request was an honest one. And while the Powder Queen, I understand, wouldn't want to talk about it, if you could relay some information of what you know about her, it's much appreciated.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check, Mickey.
First you call me
pleasure.
shit, now you call me stupid.
22. Hey, I'm trying to dig up lore for you.
I know you are, I feel it, but also...
About your people. There was a pause, but he definitely was, nothing about your people.
There was a pause, yeah. As he stands up on the side of the booth, he kind of pushes you, he brings you off to the side away from the rest of his crew for a brief second. Very, very slightly, he starts to mutter slightly under his breath. Look, I'll be entirely honest with you. I'm glad you said something. It is tough to take someone on their word, especially in an environment like this. I am sure a pirate city isn't the place where the most trust can be found. That's why my majesty is a bit hesitant. However, myself, you watch as he stares past you for a brief second, and you kind of see something in his eyes that looks much more genuine than anything he has said so yet. He seems to have dropped any sort of airs that he puts on as like a rakish individual. And as a kind of serious tone washes over his face, he looks past you and says, I, myself, can entirely understand the idea of losing one's identity. More so than you can understand. And for this, I am willing to cooperate. However, I myself
risk losing my life if I'm not careful with my words to my lady. That is how serious this is. But I will assist your friend and yourself in any way I can. I do not wish to see someone suffer, as one does when they do not know where they're from.
I understand your situation, and I appreciate this great risk you take upon your life. And I also understand that the walls have ears and these booths have eyes, or whatever the saying is. So if you feel more comfortable, just simply sending a courier with a note of what you know about her to our ship, I will deliver it to my friend here. Yeah, if you do not wish to divulge right now.
I will see what I can do.
I appreciate that, my good sir, and I shake his hand.
He shakes it back, and he returns to his conversation. He was talking for a brief moment with the samurai gentleman, and they begin to descend out of the bar after having a brief talk.
And as I'm leaving, I'll just look back and I'll be like, well, sir, you have a bet indeed, and then walk down.
Make a deception check for me.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Natural 20.
Woohoo! Very nice.
Nice.
Stick the landing, you do, as you leave this conversation. And you return to your group.
I would like to get some tea from the bar, if they have any.
Okay, you approach the bar, the one with the halfling individual hurriedly working away. It seems to be at a bit of a lull now, as most of the people standing at the bar seem to have a flagon in hand. But as you approach, he's mopping up some sweat from his forehead with a rag. Can I get you something, sir?
Yes. Black tea, please.
He kind of looks around confused. I wasn't... okay, I'll put a kettle on. 1 second. Sweetheart! And you watch as he yells across the bar to the lady at the other, the bar as he starts to walk through the large crowd of individuals. He kind of leaves you standing there for a brief second, and you kind of look befuddled before he comes back, like his head bobbing beneath the bar as he steps back onto his stool. It'll be a brief moment while we get the kettle warmed up, but I've got the tea bags, so just give us a few.
Awesome. I'll be in the booth in the back.
Okay, we'll bring it right by.
Thank you.
A moment passes. You hear a faint whistle underneath the chatter of this bar, and moments later, the halfling comes up and plops a little saucer of tea on top of the table in front of you. That'll be a silver, please.
I'll toss him a silver piece.
He catches it.
Okay, I'll toss him 2.
He catches them both, and with a smile and a bow, he starts to head back to his bar.
Alarav is playing a different game. He's trying to see who can be the most sober by the end of the night.
I will get up and go to the bar.
Okay, same bar?
Sure.
The halfling looks up at you. Yes, ma'am, how can I help?
Do you have anything sweet?
Oh, we've got a mighty fine local wine that's made here at the Yields.
Do you have like a Shirley Temple?
I'm not familiar with this drink.
Grenadine? Yeah, was Grenadine invented? I guess found.
We've got
Mead would
mango
be sweet.
juice. Do you like mango
Yes!
juice?
Oh my gosh! Can I get mango juice?
I suppose. I'll be right back, sweetheart. And he walks out the door once more after shouting again to the other bar across the place.
I go up to the bar and just look at Terry and just go,
Mango juice
what?
with tea?
You watch
What
as he
are you
comes back
doing?
in from the outside of the building with 3 glass jars under his arm with a sort of like orange yellowish liquid in it.
How much is it?
He uncorks the bottle. You want one glass or
I like the bottle.
the full bottle?
I like juice.
I suppose. Yeah, I could pay 5 silver.
I give him a gold piece.
Okay,
Thank you.
I appreciate it. No, thank
Can
you.
I have a cup too? Actually, I don't want to just drink from it.
Yeah, no,
That'd be
take a
weird.
flagon, please. Take a flagon.
I take a flagon.
He hands you a flagon.
Say, listen. Don't suppose. Can I have a fire water shot with cinnamon in it?
I go back to the table. Can I have that juice?
Look, guys, I've got alcohol.
I'm missing
I've
tea.
got wine. I
You don't have cinnamon?
tea available. I brought some mango juice out here. If you want mango juice, I have it. But please, just those options.
Don't worry, I pat him on the shoulder. I say, I'm kidding with you. I see these men making crazy concoctions. I just wanted to. But I am serious about the fire water part.
Yes, firewater. Please, just take it, please. He like pours like a small shot of firewater and pushes it forward. That's free of charge. Please, just enjoy.
Guys, they have juice.
Back to the group, I just go.
So
Got a
I've
free
finished
drink
my
from a
third
place where
drink.
if you said we were with the Harpy, you would have got a free drink.
I was waiting for someone to bring that up. I'm sorry.
I know.
I'm not at the bar.
I've finished my third drink.
Okay, go ahead and roll that third.
Oh, we have ours in the chat because Matt did 2 shots while we were
very
talking.
nice. Thank you.
I rolled an 11. Or plus my modifier, it's an 11.
Okay, so
13.
fun fact: as the drunker you get, the harder the DCs, of course, get
Yeah,
significantly.
Yeah, but Matt, you've had some good saves.
You watch now as sat in the booth. He's now sat down in the tucked in the corner of the booth. Both hands on his mug. You watch as the new addition to your crew, Ethereum, is slowly sipping on his new. And as he does, you watch as the faint swaying turns into a much more gradual sway as he starts to weave back and forth.
Really gets into the music.
Yeah, and really, really enjoying the music. You watch as his head's bobbing forward, but not in rhythm with the pan beat at all. It's like completely out of rhythm. But you're not going to say anything. He's clearly enjoying himself.
Can I slowly
2 hours
hobble
of memory,
towards
so.
the dance floor?
Yeah.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Oh God.
Go ahead. Give me a performance check at disadvantage.
Yeah.
Ooh,
So roll
16.
twice, take the lower. Roll twice, take the lower if you
Oh.
have disadvantage.
Boy, this
Oh no.
Then 15.
Oh
no.
4.
Actually, no. I'm sorry. Take advantage. This is alcohol. What are we talking about?
Yeah,
Okay, then it
right?
would be 15.
15? 15? Okay.
That's good.
You
Saved him
guys
from a nat
watch
too.
as after he begins his sway in his seat, bobbing to the music. You guys kind of turn and look at him for a brief moment, just don't give him a guard. But then you watch as his head shakes clear, and he slams his hands on his table, and without a word to any of you, he stands up, almost interpreting what he means. 2 of you start to slide out the end of the booth and let him out, and as the man just sways toward the dance floor as he walks in the distance, you guys just watch as his tail just begins picking up with the beat every step toward the dance floor. And as soon as he reaches the dance floor, with a slide, he sticks his hand out and slides onto the dance floor, wings out behind him, hitting a couple of people, which kind of forces them back on his feet for a brief moment. But as he slides, you guys hear the clatter of armor against armor as he starts shaking, just vigorously on the dance floor with a sort of enthusiasm that you guys can admire. Many people have taken a
Having a
step
good
back, for his wings and tail are just flailing in all directions along with his arms and legs.
It's his dance floor now.
I'll use prestidigitation and just have like some sparkles going around him.
Yes!
Go ahead and also roll a performance check.
Oh, okay.
Can I start with doing the same and assisting
Actually,
him?
no, yeah, I guess you could. Well, it's a charisma roll. No
We've
matter
all
what.
done this before.
Oh, you want a charisma roll?
It would be a spellcasting check, that is true.
We've literally all cast prestidigitation on the same person.
Natural 20.
He
No,
said
they're
natural
nat
20.
You guys watch as some of your fellow spellcasters just begin waggling their fingers in the direction of the golden dragonborn upon the dance floor. And as he's sliding about with his arms flailing in various directions, you watch as the glimmer of the wood, the fine polished wood on the dance floor begins to shimmer and then sparkle. And as it begins to pick up in frequentness and brightness, it begins to shoot out in directions all around the golden dragonborn in colors of red and gold and silver, just creating a fantastic display for those around, who all turn and look, and some stop dancing altogether to kind of sit back and watch this dragonborn really feel himself out on the dance floor.
I'm thinking just glow stick dancing.
That's what I was thinking!
Specifically Dennis from Always Sunny when he's in the
Oh
club.
god. That's so funny up here.
He's just like those he's like those emo people under the bridge who are dancing. You know what I mean?
Oh my god.
Just so
Anyway.
into it.
He is, and you guys watch as the band even gets more into it, as they clearly not necessarily a huge audience of dancers, but one guy who's really into it. Like, have you ever been to those small bands, like at a festival, where they get like a few dancing parents, and you just watch the band just like smiles away as they play for? It's like that, but with a golden dragonborn. And the kind of air around the bar lightens up even more as the party takes off with the new form display on the dance floor. Would anybody else like to do anything else this evening? You guys drinking more?
Howard's just sipping his tea.
Gonna
Did
keep
my
an eye
12 get me
on my
messed
party.
up?
Sayuri, could you pass me your flagon?
Oh, yeah, okay.
So I take her flagon, I fill it up with orange juice. I pour my fire water in there, and then I put some cinnamon in it, stir it, and pass her the hairy navel. Yeah, try this.
Is it sweet?
It is sweet.
Sweeter.
It has orange juice in it.
Oh, it's very sweet.
Yes.
I will sip on it.
Still,
You sip on it, do you?
And then I'll pour more juice.
Its flavor is sharp, and you cough for a brief moment after the first sip, not used to it. But as the liquid flows down your throat, the warmness, or the warmth that emanates from the center of your body, slowly throughout, like to your shoulders and across your chest, is unique and intriguing, to say the least. However, it fades as you only take the first sip.
I mean, I'm gonna eventually finish this thing. I have to refill the juice after. I gotta finish what's in it.
Marvelous.
And you do so. The warmness taking over the rest of your body, slowly traveling to the lengths of your fingertips to the point where it's no longer noticeable. An interesting experience, unique. First time you've done that, or at least that you remember.
Yeah.
my 12.
And
I mean, it wasn't a great save.
Is that like your last drink save?
Yeah, I was saying when I came back to the booth, I was gonna do the last shot, and I got a 12.
Another 12 on top of that last 12?
Or
No,
was the
that
last
12. You just
Okay.
That
never
was the
got
12.
to it. I don't know where.
No, you do start to feel like the warmth wash across your face, and you begin the very slight sway that Ethereum was in just earlier in the night. Now he's at a much later stage.
We
rolled a
have
19
another
A
member of
19
the
for what?
party.
I'm sorry. Cushion
Sorry.
19 for what?
21 actually for his third drink.
Oh yeah, for your third drink, you're good. Unless told otherwise, you're succeeding. Makit, your con save succeeded for your first con save. Lithos, your 16 and 15 con save. As you're getting into your sixth shot.
The last one was 5.
The last one. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
well,
he did
still,
3 and then 2.
Yeah.
Well, washing into the fourth and fifth shot. The fourth shot washes over you, and you get it down with just the slightest of reflux as it goes down. And as you reach for the second one and get it down in your gullet, the warmth takes your body much quicker than some of the others, and your sway begins to heftily rock you back and forth. More so than Cole is at right now, but you're still on your feet quite well. You're holding your own, however, you're starting to feel the warmth wash over your
I was
body.
like, if there's vomit, you're re-rolling.
I was gonna. Elraf will ask Kush. So your new clothes, where'd you get them?
I can't remember what it's called. It was
Mala's.
Mala.
Magnificent Creations.
Got a Mala's Magnificent creations down in the Artisans Alley.
Is it just clothes you buy there, or do they have
Not
other
in the
things as
Artisans
well?
Alley, in the Central Block.
He's drunk. What do you remember?
You guys at no point yesterday made it to the Artisans Alley.
Oh, rip.
Bucket list. What?
It's drunk. It's what he remembers.
Well, it was on the Central Block, right down the street
That's
from
fair.
this pastry shop that we went to.
There's a pastry shop.
Of course there's a pastry shop.
Oh, my key, we have to go.
Oh, but of course.
We'll have to check it out tomorrow. But no, it was mostly just a clothing shop. Although that is where Gargax and I were. Well, I actually, before I say that part, I bring Alarev in a little bit and I say, that is where Gargax and I found most of the information that we brought to the meeting.
Okay. Is it just clothes that she sells there, or?
Yeah, that's why I said just clothes.
Oh.
Guys, did you see Captain Marvel's group? They had a color theme. We should have a color theme. Not a uniform though, because that's too much. That's
What do you mean then?
They already have a uniform, don't they?
This is a wonderful idea. You see as like Pierre is starting to sway in his seat a little bit more.
Yes!
We all get clothes tomorrow.
Yes! Shopping!
I'm not gonna lie, we'd have to make sure that whatever we
You're
get
drunker
fits
than
the
I
dog.
am, buddy.
Hey, we gotta make sure that whatever we do fits the dog. Like, everything's gonna be gray then, right?
We can tie something around his neck like a scarf.
You can paint the dog?
Nah, it's just gonna rub off. You can't just paint him.
Paint a dog.
You and your science forgetting about the actual useful stuff in the world.
Forget. I don't want to do it. Whatever.
You just magically paint
Ooh,
him
as anyone
so that you
sees
can
the
change
Newman's
his
moves,
color.
he can really jig.
I know.
Just
he
you
can
get
move,
magic
alright.
paint that changes with the thought, and then you can do it.
Genius.
Whoa.
Is there anything else any of you
Yes.
would like to do this evening, or are you guys just
Yes.
going to hang out at the bar? Yeah. What
No.
would you like to
I
do?
think I was gonna go back to the ship soon.
I was gonna.
Alarev is getting kind of annoyed with all the. Okay.
Oh wait, yes, actually.
I grab another beer, and I walk over to Meryl and I ask in my drunkenness, just like, Meryl, God damn
I'll
it.
follow him.
I want to say it. God damn it.
Be of any assistance?
I'm gonna talk in on. I'm gonna talk in on.
He starts to hold you in place by your shoulder. Okay.
Meryl, I am the chief engineer of this group, and I must say, I am fascinated by your crossbow arm.
Oh.
Do you mind if I look at it?
This is oh, I just started as Pierre there. Holy fuck. Fucking French. He was so drunk.
Pierre, what are you doing?
My friend, this is a very forward question to be asking someone you just met. However, seeing that I can only assume... You see, he did not come up with you guys to talk to Meryl in the first place. You have to realize
this. Absolutely.
So he does not really recognize it.
You were not with us. You stayed at the booth.
No, you're correct.
I
Absolutely.
will trail after him eventually.
Meryl continues,
Pulls on the dance floor with our new friend.
I can only assume, based on your familiarity with my name, you must be part of Talon and his crew.
I'm so sorry.
Promise with another crewmate of yours, and should I find myself upon your ship, I'll seek you out.
That sounds fantastic. I can't wait to see you later.
Lithos!
No
What?
problem.
What was what?
Lithos! I'm like walking up the stairs. Lithos! Oh, there you are!
What? What are you doing?
What are you doing?
I think this one got away from you.
Yes, he did. He's drunk. I think.
Does he notice the dragon in the middle of the dragonborn in the middle of the dance floor?
Oh, he's fine. We could keep.
No, I
The
will run the whole
dragonborn
thing.
is the dance floor.
Everybody notices the dragon.
The Dragonborn is wearing plate mail and is gold. Everyone notices the Dragonborn. With wings. He's got golden wings.
He's acting as a disco ball right now.
Yes.
Fantastic.
He is the disco.
As Sayri rushes to the top to grab Lithos, she starts to pull him down the stairs to motion that most of the crew seems to be wrapping up for the night and heading back towards the ship.
Good night, Meryl!
Oh. Good night, Meryl.
Is there
No.
anything else anybody wanted to do in the bar?
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Here,
Get some road beers.
Ethereum, did you have something? Did you want to do first?
Do I notice that everyone else just seems to be wrapping up?
They're gonna grab you. Is what
We're gonna grab you.
But
I was
Yeah,
actually
we're-
gonna say we go to leave and then just go like,
you would
wait,
start to notice the
we
wrapping up.
forgot something.
Someone!
Okay, so
Just
I
come
have
back to him still dancing.
This crew is nice enough to not leave you behind, I think.
I mean, we're
I
drunk as fuck, most of us.
Two of us
most
are.
of you guys. I haven't had enough. So I look
You're
to
fine.
Lithos. I go, Lithos, you and I have a bet. And I walk to the pot drummer, the black pot drummer, and so I pull out one of my little pots and I listen to his beat that's going, and then just start accompanying him to try to challenge him to a duet.
You're gonna try to duel of pan drummers. The pan drummer is what you're saying. Okay.
Tis the
With
best.
his pots and pans.
As the two banjo players on deck see you step up and do this, they begin to strike up they kind of switch roles. As they were originally doing the dueling banjo rhythm, they both begin to as they begin to switch to a more rhythmic beat they play on their banjos. You watch as the rat folk begins to give you a nod and starts to pick up the pace on his drumming to the point where he begins a sort of pan drum solo, which begins to pick up rhythmically to the point of crescendo. Let's see how he does.
Alright, how many
And,
prestidigitations can we get going?
And he begins
All
to
of
pick
them.
up ferociously as he starts to use the array of pans given to him to create an array of sounds. However sloppy, it is rhythmic in nature and does get a good amount of people clapping toward the beat and reacting in the crowd. It wasn't beautiful, however, it was entertaining. As he begins to wrap up with a flurry on a thin steel plate, which he has balanced with a screw through it as like a sort of symbol, he bows with his sticks out toward you to signify you can go.
All right.
Go ahead and give me a performance check.
All right. Do I have my proficiency bonus as well?
Are you proficient? Or I'm sorry.
I am.
Do you have performance? Then yeah. If you have the
well,
skill performance, then yes.
I'm also proficient in cookpot drum too.
You don't. You only add your proficiency bonus once. However.
Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. So you can only add it once from one of the two, but if you have either, that's fine.
Now I gotcha. Anyways, it's a 26.
26. Okay. As you were not as prepared as this gentleman, you pull out the 3 inlaid set of pots you have and laying them out in front of you, you, knowing what you're doing, take 3 utensils and prop them underneath your pan drums to make sure they have a sort of air to them so they can produce a better sound. And as you whip out your spoon and fork, you flip them to the other ends in a flurry and begin your display. As a sort of warm-up, you start with a simple scale, and then using the outside of the pans, you use more precise sounds to get a more precise scale. And doing this once, you kind of go through your scales, and then spin your utensils in your hands once more, and begin your solo. And while your opponents lacked finesse, yours has it in droves. And while with each pot you're able to command different sounds with each bang away at it, you can create a melody which is filled with different sounds and melodies that your partner could only, or your opponent could only have dreamed of. And as you get started, the crowd starts to cheer immediately, amazed by your proficiency with both pots and pans. And as you finish both with a flurry in a similar fashion that this man did, using your frying pan as a sort of symbol to accentuate your finish, the crowd lets out in a roarous cheer to signify Makit the victor.
I step on stage for a bit and
Yeah,
shake his
Makit.
head. On friend.
The rat behind his set of pan drums stands up, putting his 2 sticks together, holds them up into the air toward the crowd, and then motions toward you, admitting defeat. The crowd cheers once more, and you descend from the stage to regroup with Lithos. As your friends gather their stuff, coats ready at the door.
I believe, Ethos, you owe me 3 drinks.
You are correct, sir. And I stumble over to the bar to buy 2 shots and a beer. Or no, 3 shots and a beer. 1 for myself, of course.
Very
I
nice.
have to choose.
All right, Makit.
3 cons and
Shot
down
on the way
1.
out.
As you
Yep.
claim your road beers, you guys head out, merrily drinking into the evening sky of Dragontooth Rock. As various torch lights are lit in the distance, you guys start to stumble upon the cliff faces leading, crossing the bridge to the central block, and down the dockworks you return to your ship. Late, past midnight, into the evening. You guys all collapse in various cots and beds and sleep the night away. The next morning, you all awake. Some of you a little more hungover than others, as the blaring sun starts to beat down overhead. However,
We had to carry Makit home.
Good morning!
He had a nat 1.
and
Yep.
yes, you very much do. And And as you guys get back to the ship, as you guys start to approach down the dockworks, the large descending straight of wooden docks, McKeat begins to slowly start pick up pace as you guys are all walking alongside each other. And as you guys look on confused, you watch as McKeat starts to slowly begin to move ahead of you in your lot. And as before someone can really speak up and ask what McKeat's doing, you realize his arms are behind him as he's face forward, beginning to lean too far into his walk, as he's slowly picking up speed down this hill until he's in a full-on run to the bottom. And as he gets to the bottom, McKeat, I need you to do a dexterity saving throw for me.
Oh, no.
With disadvantage because you're drunk.
But of course. Okay, that was a good roll.
I was gonna curiously try to see if I
Oh,
could
that's not a
fake
good roll.
my
What was my
motion.
dex again? It was... Okay, I'm gonna...
Interesting.
Old person, real quick.
Okay, 1 second. Cole, what did you say?
I was gonna attempt to just use my momentary stasis thing, which is it's basically hold person within 60 feet.
Okay.
They have to make a Constitution saving throw or be like frozen in time.
I know it's not a spell, but any kind of magical incantation, I'd be requiring this from anyone. I need you to make a concentration check for me.
I get it. I'm drunk as shit. With my con?
Yeah,
It'd
it's
be
a
14.
con save. It's a Constitution check. 14?
Yeah, 14.
Okay. As you're drunk in the evening, and McKeat starts to move past, you extend your hand, and as you focus your arcane energy into your fingertips, you can't seem to generate any arcane energy there, and McKeat moves past your grasp. Sayri, you wanted to do the same.
Yeah, but an actual person.
This will also require a concentration check from you.
I'm not that drunk.
Oh wait, no, you're right. You only had one fire water, correct?
I had a fire water and
Harry
a
Naval.
Yep. Which I rolled 19. I don't know if you
rolled
saw
19,
it.
yeah, so you're fine. So yeah, you can.
No,
You
Cole's
can
just
try.
real drunk.
Well, I
Cast
will
Hold
try.
Person, which means McKeat,
Yeah.
I need a saving throw at disadvantage.
11.
You fail.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you rolled 11. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
like, I
okay,
assume that fails because Sayri didn't say anything, but it's
Yes,
11.
I have a 16.
So, as you watch, he starts to pick up speed. Sayri sticks out her fingers in unison, kind of, with Cole. And as Cole fails and fizzles his spell, Sayri does not. You watch as a rune from her hand imprints on the back of McKeat's jacket at the same time as her hand, and he freezes in place halfway through a fall at the bottom of the docks. You and your friends approach, right your arms under him, so when she breaks the concentration, he stands in place, and you carry him back to the ship. Did somebody just say anything? It came in really...
I said, thank you, Sayori.
Oh, okay, it came in really distant.
Hello.
Clearly.
Yeah.
As you guys collapse into your beds, you all wake up the next morning, hungover in different varieties depending on your drinking the night before. The gulls are chirping away in the morning sky, and dock workers are at it again just outside your hull. And you guys have the day to yourselves. The captain is on deck. You guys can hear him shouting orders as many of you just want to get another hour of sleep.
Good morning!
Nope. None of that.
Yes!
God damn it.
Fun! We should do drinking again.
That's what drinking? You didn't drink.
I drink. I drank.
Yeah, when the keep spiked your juice.
I had a shot at the beginning.
A shot?
I have a jug in my room right now. I have drink.
I have drink.
Oh.
Come on, with us. We have to go. Cole, we have to go. Let's go shopping. We have to pick a color scheme. Everyone has to
Okay.
go.
The second group has right to the land. The first group will be watching the ship today.
Where's Pierre?
Oh.
Pierre!
I need at least 7 on deck, please. 7 on deck today. Anybody else is welcome to go about town. Discuss amongst yourselves. I'll be on deck today.
Okay, so Kush, you said you were unable to get somewhere the other day that hasn't been looked at?
Yeah, apparently we didn't get to the Artisan's Alley, but there are definitely plenty of places to go. If y'all wanted to get clothes, if you wanted to get clothes, definitely go to Mala's Magnificent Creations. If you want to go get some magical items, there's some place in the where was that? The industrial area or the trading area? Oh no, that was just right across the street, wasn't it, Crispy?
Well, you could show us.
I'm sorry. What were you asking?
Where Noldo went to get Noldo and Marinus went to go get the magical items yesterday.
That is at Razdon's Wares. It is. Oh, that actually reminds me. I will get to something in just a moment. That was at Razdon's Wares, and that is on the southern docks, just past the warehouse district.
I think I remember Dirk saying something about that, or at least he just kept saying hammer go boom. Oh.
Lithos, as you're waking from your bed, Marinus approaches you with something in hand wrapped in a cloth with a band around it. It looks like a bladed weapon based on the silhouette you can see beneath the cloth, and as he approaches, he hands it out toward you. I spent some of my gold yesterday on this, but I couldn't pass up the opportunity. One of the inventors among the city created it. It's apparently of mechanical means instead of magical means. I was hoping you might be able to recreate it. It's a sword that sort of spits fire. It's hard to explain. And he pulls off the sheet, and you can see this beautifully like steel scimitar, which it's carved with two inset lines going up the blade at 2 different points on either side. And from the base around the hilt, there is like this large box which has this like sharp point that sticks out on either end around the base. And as Marinus pulls it out, he walks into your room and pushing open the hatch, which like opens the cannon hatch, he clicks a button on the side of the sword, and you watch as flame licks up from the base with like a spark, and the entire blade goes up in flame. He holds it out the window, and with a slash, he strikes downward, and you watch as fire goes lurching from it 10 feet in front of it with a slashing motion where it dissipates. He clicks the button again, and the fire dissipates. So basically I was hoping you could reverse engineer this, I think is the term I'm looking for.
Do you want a second one? Just like to have, like dual wield kind of a thing?
Why stop at 2? If you can recreate this, hell, armament our whole crew with it.
I'll put it on the list.
Look, it was the creation of one of the inventors here on the island. He has a sort of ship down the island here. He's got more works that are experimental works. All I do have to say about that is he says there's a chance it might backfire on you, so be careful.
No, you can have it. I got some other stuff I need to work on. The cannons kind of take priority. But I'll see what I can do, depending upon how long of a trip we have.
Why not look at this? If it's mechanically able to make a sword deal fire, maybe it can mechanically make a cannon light something of fire? It might be worth checking this design out.
If you could find a way to coat the balls with oil and reshoot it, would it ignite? fire is pretty bad on boats.
That's what wizards are for.
I do. Can I make like a quick check over it and see if it's like viable, or that's like study it for like hours?
As we're starting the day, the captain is calling people who are getting off the ship aboard deck right now. So if you plan to leave the ship today, you won't have time for this today, but you can set it off to the side for later examination.
I gotta set it off for later. Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely will look at it.
It's worth looking into.
I'm definitely not going to. It's like not now.
The whole reason I have to do this interaction is because that's the last thing Marinus did before getting off last night. He's like, I want to take this to the artificer and tell him to reverse engineer it. I'm like, damn, okay, did not see that coming. So he bought it with his own money and he's left it with you to reverse engineer. I guess I should have expected it, but what are you gonna do?
Not from Marinus.
I did not expect it from Marinus. That's the truth.
Cool.
Yeah.
But anyways, I imagine we're getting outfits because I guess this theme is happening.
Yes. Hold on, let me boot up the thing.
And we can definitely look at this magic wares and potentially their I already forgot the name, Jesus Christ, area you were not able to look at the other day.
Our have never agreed to getting matching outfits, by the way.
No, we're not matching outfits.
Oh, I'm not gonna force you, Alora.
We're getting a color scheme. Oh, you're gonna work into the color
scheme. Leaving the station.
You're gonna have a color scheme.
Okay, as you guys start to line up outside the ship, you guys discuss where you're heading out for the day. Many individuals who ventured out yesterday are willing to stay back and examine what they've purchased and chill around the ship for the evening. So any of you that would like to venture out are more than welcome to.
Yeah.
Yes.
I want to see what this artisan section has.
That's it. I figure we'll stop at the outfits first because it'll take time.
Okay.
I split away from the group. Sorry. I split away from the group and go to like merchants because I need to get some tools.
And that's where we're going in the end.
They're eventually going to get there if you do want to stick together.
Okay, screw it. Never mind.
It's literally go to the clothes, put in an order, and then go shopping.
Oh, okay.
But as you guys start to venture out, you head down the dockworks, passing a bunch of small shack-like businesses which seem to sell food to some of the various dockworkers. You pass out the dockworks, heading back up that ramp that Makit almost ran off the end of the night before, laughing as you tell the story to some of the crewmates who hadn't heard the night before. You guys ascend to the top where you guys reach what is known as the central block, aka this area here. Oh wait, I'm clicking on the stream, not the fucking Roll20. This area here. Actually, let me just make sure. AJ, are you in Roll20 currently? Just because you're here. Oh, you are. You're Alex W, right? Oh, sorry to just dox you on stream, but
it's all good.
Get doxed.
There's probably only one Alex W out there in the world.
Oh, yeah.
You can see as I ping here in the center, though, correct?
Yeah.
Like where it's shown. Yeah, that's the central block. And as you guys head up there, you pass what is known as, you can see a sign marked out front, the Gilded Vaults, it's known as. And as you head around the back of there, you reach a bazaar, which houses both Mala's magnificent creations as well as a number of other like stands which sell fresh fruits, as well as businesses which are open with various goods for sale. You guys head underneath or behind Cush's lead to Mala's magnificent creations, and as you enter, you guys see a familiar face, Cush, that greets you with a smile and a look of surprise as she sees you've brought friends. I did not expect you to return so soon. Oh, and with so many people.
Well, when you make something as magnificent as this, of course it's going to bring a crowd, and of my wanted to see who was behind this work.
You do look stunning, after all. Well, wonderful. What can I do for you lot today?
Well, one of
Hold
our
on, I'm working on
crewmates.
it.
Yeah, I'll speak first. Well, one of our crewmates has this bright idea to have a color scheme for the whole crew, and they wanted to commission you after seeing Kush's work. So,
Well, I'm happy to do more work for you and your entire lot if you'd like. I mean, of course, it'll cost a pretty penny, but my pleasure, I'm sure. Especially for the newest pirate lord, she gives you with a shy wink.
I'm gonna send this to you first and see what you think.
Alariv.
So,
did you see that?
So yeah. So does Alariv like it or not?
Yeah, it was just a
Do
10
you
or
want me to
greater. He liked
describe
them.
it? Do you want me to describe it for you? Without making
Yeah,
it
sure.
easier? He has.
Wait, are the collars popped?
It's very stealthy clothing while being eccentric in its very own way. The pants are a very are a very fine, shiny silk, which flow between itself very easily, and they're a baggy pant which is cut around the knee for free-flowing advantage, and the shirt itself is a very fine cloth shirt which seems to be tailored to himself specifically. Very snug around the waist and chest, made to order, clearly. And around the wrists of and the collar of his shirt, although open quite a bit with a fine lace running up the front, it is lined with a very fine gold embroidery, which sort of glimmers amongst the black color of it all. His vest itself is red with gold interlaced amongst it in like swirling designs. Once again, fit perfectly to his cut. The collar is kind of in a perpetual popped state, reaching around his neck, and its color is only accentuated and popped by the various gold and silver trinkets which he has adorning his ears, neck, as well as wrists.
Needs a hat.
Yeah,
the range.
the save
the
was
range.
10. Greater than 10, then Alariv liked it. So Alariv likes Kush's clothes.
The color theme for Kush is very much just red and black currently.
Like a dark red?
Like a very dark, not very dark, kind of like a blood, almost maroonish, but a darker red for sure.
Scarlet to maroon.
Yeah.
I believe actually Ava has some closer colors to what Kush has as well.
Maroon. Oh, I'm down for a burgundy. Burgundy's always cute.
I'm actually pretty close myself.
I will unlock some of these.
Actually, yeah.
I want to go out of character on record here. It's going to be very difficult to choose a color scheme that 13 people get on board for. Or sorry, 12 players get on board for. So this is a bold route to go down, but you're welcome to try.
It is.
Well, she can at
If
least
we have a wide range, then we could do it.
No one
technically.
has to do it.
Listen.
No one has to. But it'd be cute.
You can get these outfits and then pressure them in afterwards. That
I mean,
everything is all about trust ganging
you
everyone.
don't have to throw away your other outfit.
Well,
You can
just
have
do them.
it for like, oh, we're doing like an appearance. Let's look unison.
Formal wear is what this is.
True.
Formal wear.
Formal wear.
Now, see, there we go, actually. Because, like, I wear, like, mail and shit, and it's like,
Yeah, but
Yeah, like, wait, we show up a place.
Okay.
Yeah, that's actually
but when someone says like we should get matching outfit, the point is to match and look unison.
That's the point.
That's a very good point, though, Lithos, though, is, like, you don't, like, currently you wear your armor everywhere. Maybe when you wanted to go meet the Pirate King, you wanted to take off your armor and look formal. But
that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
Some of us can't
Not
wear
going to be
armor.
clothing I will be cooking in, let's just say.
No, of course.
Yes.
I've thrown 2 pallets out at this point.
It's like have a perpetual magical barrier protecting me.
Are you like messaging people someplace that there's
No, it's in the tavern. I messaged it to Mesquite and I put it in the tavern.
And it's just another spot to look.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's easier to say, like, hey, check the tavern.
Check the tavern. I don't know. Listen.
Pierre puts in for the first pallet. That's all I'm saying.
A lot better.
The first pallet has like some aspects like in the middle of the second pallet, so it works out either way.
You know, funny enough, my clothing already has that pallet.
That's how we rope in Alrav. He's already there.
Alrav is there, and so am I.
Anyway.
Wait, of which one?
And then you said Mesquite's wearing maroon.
The second.
Gotta love a burgundy. Everyone looks good in burgundy.
We've already got half the crew in burgundy.
Okay, so I'm going to need you guys to decide so we're not sitting in this tailor's place for the entire evening. So
Can we say that we figure it out later so I can poll everyone?
Yes, that is.
Retcon this?
Sure.
Just retcon it.
We'll retcon it.
That's totally reasonable. I will retcon this later. I will say you put in order. What is the intention? Do you actually want to order clothing for everyone, including people that aren't here? Like, I mean, you can get their word and whatnot, and we can retcon the fact. I'm just saying, like, do you want to be getting clothes for like the individual, like the 40 other crew members that you have?
Sure, I don't
They're
care.
not officers, though.
Are they already wearing like
the officers were like units, and that'd be really cool.
They wear makeshift clothing across the spectrum. It's anything.
It would be appropriate for the officers to have formal wear. As
Yeah.
far as everyone else, well, that's out of Sayuri's pocket.
I mean, that's fine.
That's more Alarev's job to break them.
We give
But
them that one.
as far as that, we're just commissioning the tailor right now, and we can discuss price as for right now. And then we will get everybody's clothing sorted.
Yeah.
I could. How large is your crew exactly? What kind of outfit am I? Outfitting.
Well, this would be for about 13.
For 13 individuals, I could do.
Correct. Anyone?
Sounds right. I don't know.
13. We'll just do the officers and the captain and his 2 right hands.
PCs.
So the officers, so including a Maori, do you want a Maori? Or since
A Maori, Pierre, and the captain.
You know, Maori's not going to put it on.
Yeah, but what if he does?
Oh, who cares?
He knows nothing. He's got a
You don't
loincloth.
know that.
Get extras. Screw
Yes, I
it.
do. He wears a loincloth.
So if you want to include Bill, Birdie, Gregor, and Dak. Well, Dak's not technically an officer.
He's not an officer.
Bill and Birdie.
But he's one of
I guess
the boys.
technically Bill is not
He's
either.
one of the boys.
Yeah, but Dak's one of the boys.
He's one of the boys, but this is coming out of your pocket.
So about
Bill and Birdie are not one of the
it's
boys.
about 15 people you have to outfit then.
That's fine.
Is
okay.
How much is
Ethereum
it?
gonna get an outfit?
Is that minus cook?
We're gonna get a
that's minus
scarf.
push.
Okay.
We're gonna get little scarves for the familiars. It's gonna be cute.
This will cost close to around 500 gold pieces.
Done.
Well, hold on. I would say, how often do you get bulk offers like this? Could we perhaps get a bulk discount, instead? You know?
Oh, yeah.
What exactly were you looking for?
Yeah, I was looking for perhaps at the very least 10-20% off.
Well, you see, I did factor in the fact that this is a bit of a bulk order already, but I suppose... Let's see. I
suppose. Roll a persuasion check for the 20%.
Natural 20! Let's go!
I suppose I can do it for a bit of a discount, but I assume your entire crew is not 13 people deep, or 15 people deep, no?
Well, we'd want something less complicated for the other 40.
Okay, I only ask that in the future you come to my store to get that sorted. Okay.
Can we also get
400 gold for 15 outfits? I would need to take measurements from each individual. I only do fitted goods, of course. The only finest of clothing for my customers.
Of course.
We'll have some modifications.
Can it be 425 if we get some stuff for our familiars as well? Like, it's like a little sash or like a little like scarf or like a little dress.
What is a familiar?
And I will poof out Cinnabon.
Oh,
Up here.
Jeez. Oh,
Isn't she adorable?
what is this little...
She's not a pixie. She's a sprite.
I did not say pixie.
Other people make that misunderstanding.
That is...
Like they say that she's a warlock when she's infected.
You watch as she like circles around your pixie, your sprite, for a brief moment, and with bewilderment, she looks at you. I'll make a little garment for her, free of charge. It'll be my pleasure. And you watch as she pulls out from her waist a like little tape measure, and she starts taking measurements of the little sprite in front of her eyes.
I love this woman.
Oh, Bloop is going to love these.
Ask for with a jacket with his outfit, but like the one he has, it's not a hood, it's a little like pocket pouch burrow that Flint goes in.
That Flint hides in? You got it.
Yeah, the little burrow pouch for him.
She spends some time getting measurements from each of you, and after jotting them down, she lets you know this will, of course, take much more than a day. If you come by tomorrow evening, I can let you know where I'm at, but at most I might need 3 or 4 days.
Sounds good.
Sounds reasonable.
Oh, very reasonable.
We'll definitely come back to check in.
Wonderful. And send any... There's a few of you that are not with you currently. Send them in to get measurements, and I'll get them taken care of as well. She sends you out of her store with an eager wave. Loyal customers she treats quite happily. And as you guys are sent off into the town once more, where are you heading next?
I will pay her up front and tip 15 more gold.
Very nice.
I believe Lithos is looking for tools.
And like materials, supplies. Yes.
What kind of materials?
You gotta give me more.
But I was thinking of the general. Big pieces of sail.
Oh, like
sail material.
Like cloth, wood, stuff like that.
Heavy, thick, waterproof cloth.
With Kush in your group, he does inform you that they did stop by a man in the warehouse district who did both supply bulk orders for ships as well as supplies in his warehouse. It's a place known as Finn's Foundry, located in the warehouse district on the lower docks.
While we're here, can we look for like a weapon shop or something so we're not like jutting all over the place? That's what Alarav wants.
You want a weapon shop. What do you mean by a weapon shop?
Like a place to buy a magical weapon.
Magical weapons are different. Magical weapons aren't readily found at a weapon shop. A weapon shop is like... So, for instance, as this group arrives at Finn's Foundry, you do see that the walls of this foundry in the lower warehouse district on the south end of the city is filled with various weapons lining the walls. As you can see, a number of individuals are shopping about this large warehouse foundry.
that is set up. As you guys enter, you can see scimitar after scimitar lining the walls, different makes and models of swords lined up for people to pick and choose from. On the other side, you can see a currently working foundry pouring molds of iron cannons, which are being lugged out into the docks to be set upon ships deeper in. This foundry is alive with activity, and the man at the back approaches with a toothy smile as this man, a sharkkin, stands upright on two legs with a large fin sticking out his back, two muscular arms at either sides, and a sort of aqua blue tone to his skin, with a large toothy jaw hanging at the front of him, with a large leather apron hanging off the front. This man approaches with a large hammer over his shoulder, iron on one end. He kind of slams it against the ground as he approaches you all. Hello. I believe I recognize one or two of you from yesterday. You here to make a purchase today?
Yes.
What are you looking for?
Looking for a full ship sail.
Just a singular mast, or?
No, the sail. One mast worth.
Okay, we can definitely write you up with that. I think I should have that ready. You watch as he looks over a couple of dwarves who are scurrying about. Go into the back, you two, and bring out 3 sheets of sails, please. Are you looking for treated or untreated?
Treated, please.
Treated sails, he shouts to them, and they disappear for a moment before lugging out 3 sheets of large sail canvas. And as he throws them down upon the deck, let's see, 3 I can do for 20 gold. The third one I'll put at half price for 50 gold pieces for the 3 sheets.
Here you go, sir. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. You want tools? Anything else I can do for you?
Ooh, do you sell tools?
What kind of tools are you looking for?
All types. I'm looking for wood carvers, mason tools, glass blowers.
Unfortunately, things like glass blowers tools are a little too niche for my taste. However, we do... I'm sorry, what was the other one you said? You said woodworkers and what else? Wood carvers?
Mason's tools.
Mason's tools. However, masonry tools and wood carvers tools we definitely have. Woodworkers. They're a little pricey right now because we're, in great need, but let me see what I can do. Along with the sales, I'm sure I can run you a slight discount. Let's say I throw these both in for 15 gold pieces.
That sounds wonderful. Can I also get, or do you have possibly,
Thieves' tools.
You want a set of thieves' tools? I'll
Yes,
buy them.
please. Oh,
Thieves' tools, sir? We bought all the clothes.
It's an interesting thing to ask.
Sorry, thieves'
I just found an extra
tools?
distinct.
He looks at you with like this kind of like queer smile, as if like he knows what you're
Like
getting
a
at.
lockpicking set? Does that make sense?
It's for a friend. Yeah, that's better. Sure.
Look, I'm not gonna lie, I get that all of us here are in a bit of a shady business, but these aren't exactly the wares I make. You understand?
I frequently lock myself out of my room. It's better just to have them.
Wait, I have a set, you know that, right?
I
Yeah,
recommend.
but I like to have an extra just in case I forget it.
Okay.
I recommend carrying an extra key on you if that's what you do.
I sometimes forget those.
Look, I might not be the person to supply you with these kind of goods, but were you to head over to an area, you know, the Merchant's Galley? He mentions like the trade district within the city. There's a area known as the Brig. some shady deals happen in this area, and if you were to check out there, maybe you might find a soul who would offer up some thieving materials. But myself would never partake in such an activity. Ever. He says, like, openly to the rest of the foundry.
Not on this island.
Leans in and says, "Ever?"
Ever.
Well,
and he gives you a wink.
No problem, sir. Do you possibly also have potter's or weaver's tools on you?
Oh, weavers. I do actually happen to have a set of weavers. This is... I'll be honest, this is going to cost you. This is not something I'm willing to give up so easily, but seeing that I just recently came into it, I'll give it up. Another 15 golds and it's yours. How's that?
30 total?
30 total.
No problem. Here you go.
Okay, wonderful. And he hands you over a set of mason's tools, carpenter's tools, and weaver's tools.
Fantastic.
Along with the cloth, that sets you out for a total of 80 gold.
Yes.
And is that all you needed from this gentleman?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay. Alarev, you, standing outside of Finn's foundry, are motioned to by Kush to this large, floating central steel structure. It seems to stand circular in shape. It's got a sort of bulbous nature to it, where on the top there's an A-frame tower, which reaches up about 40 feet up, where a large iron ball sits on top of it, with an even thinner stick on top of that. As Kush points you in that direction, he mentions the name Razdon's Wares and a place where you can find magical equipment.
Oh, nice.
I will warn you, he's gonna try and rip you off.
Well, I was gonna cast detect magic before going in anyway.
You know.
I mean, in prices, make sure you haggle him down.
Oh, but of course,
yeah.
but of course.
So you're like,
I was doing that.
yeah, we'll totally bargain.
Oh.
Wanted to make sure. One of our crewmates tried to go in with pastries yesterday.
We still have to get pastries, McKee. We'll get it on the way back to the ship.
Oh, Mr.
Oh,
Shop
it's on the way
owner,
back.
give me things discounted. That's how you haggle, right?
I do
What
want
is
to
that?
say,
Angry.
Kush, at no time did he try to rip you off yesterday.
Were you guys just cheap when I listened in? You're like, we don't have that.
You
kind of
guys were
money.
just
Yeah. We're very
incredibly cheap.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Kush is
Like,
keeping that.
half the price
Kush
of
is keeping
that.
But the Kush, she was ripping them off.
Alarab's gonna walk in. I don't know if anyone follows.
Yeah,
We will
yeah,
follow
a
you.
number of
Do
people start to
whatever you
follow
want.
in.
Everything's overpriced.
But as you enter Alarev, you're greeted by the sight of a large circular structure from the inside. A small room is off to one side, which is walled off, to which you cannot see. And as you enter, the door cracked open ever so slightly by a doorstop. It creaks open the iron door with the circular hatch on front. And as you enter, you see two people currently crouched around a table in the center. One a human, and the other a gnome standing on top of a crate currently. They both look up in your direction as you enter. And the gnome with a smile. Oh, hello. Can I help you? Customer? He points at you.
Yeah, I was wondering if you carry any, monk weapons or things of that nature. Of the magical variety.
What do you mean, monk weapon?
Like martial weapons.
I
Simple.
believe he's looking for like a bow staff.
Are you looking for Kama, a
Something
seeker?
more like
You know.
dexterous.
I have all sorts of weapons. It just depends on what you prefer.
Did you want better knuckles? You know?
So, I guess out of character, I know monks can only use martial weapons. and stuff like that.
Is
and,
that true? I thought they could only use simple weapons.
No,
you can use other weapons. It's only martial weapons can count as a monk weapon.
Oh,
where
is that's
your
how it works,
monk
gotcha.
die will override its damage die.
Yeah.
I believe that's what you're hinting.
Then I also know they have unarmored defense, but with getting any type of
real quick here. Are you talking about? You're talking about the UA feature monk weapons.
I thought it was
Unearthed Arcana.
just 5e, right? Monk weapons.
I mean, it's on 5e tools, the Unearthed Arcana monk weapons, which does let you use a martial weapon. You can use this feature to find monk weapons. I'm sorry, let me see here.
I don't have that feat. I thought it was just simple weapons or like swords and stuff like that. Monks can
I'm
use.
reading it. I'm reading it right now. Yeah, monk weapons, which are short swords and simple melee weapons that don't have a two-handed or heavy property.
Yeah, simple or short swords.
What is that under?
It's technically on starting proficiency.
Oh, it's under dedicated weapon. No, wait. Yeah, what is that under?
It's under monks martial
You have to
arts.
go to monks, and it's under martial arts. It's just you practice, and it'll say that you are used unarmed strikes and monk weapons, which are short swords and any simple melee weapon that don't
simple
have
melee
the
weapon.
two-handed or heavy property.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I was saying it was simple, and you guys were saying martial. It's simple weapon, not martial weapon.
They're just calling it monk weapon, and then that's martial arts is also what it says on the table.
All I'm saying is, like, it's not martial weapons, it's specifically simple weapons, which would mean like spears, bow staffs, daggers.
As long as
things
it's not
like that.
two-handed or heavy property.
Yes. So you're looking for simple, not martial weapons, more specifically.
That and something like, because I know monks have unarmored defense, but I was wondering if they're like, if I were to wear armor, would it raise my AC? Probably not. I'm guessing.
Razdon looks
wear
confused.
clothing, like
This conversation's seeming all too familiar. I do have an enchantment that increases one's reaction time, if you will. It's a enchantment of protection, it's called. It'll cause you to react quicker when attacks come in your direction. Quite handy. Very, very handy. I had a woman in here asking about it just yesterday, in fact.
That was probably Naldo.
Very
kind of short, brown hair.
Short, plain-looking girl, very stern face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yep,
that's her.
Yeah, she was looking for protection enchantments. She didn't exactly have the means to purchase what I had, but should you do, I have a ring as well as a set of bracers, which could increase your reaction time.
How much would those cost?
Let's see. Let's see. For you, I'd be able to part with the ring. 3,000 gold pieces.
Yeah, that's a little out of my price range, bud.
Oh,
Bud.
I'm sorry. Well, I've got cheaper things. As you can understand, it's quite valuable being able to protect oneself on these waters.
Yeah.
I'd imagine you have a lot more customers, more flush with cash that come by and pick these things up, or is this just a top shelf item for you?
There's quite a few wealthy individuals that pass through these ports, yes. I've got weapons of, magical sharpness. I've got goggles that can let you see in the dark. I've got a fan that can throw gusts of wind. It depends on what you're looking for. Me and my friend, and he motions to his friend across the way, who stands like leaning up against the table next to him. He kind of gives you a motion as your attention is turned in his direction. My friend Margrave here, he does most of the enchanting, and with my help, we make a lot of items.
Do you have a bag of holding?
We have a number of bag of holdings.
To ask that myself.
I want one of those as well. Please? How much?
Well, how big are you looking?
An average one.
Yeah, we've got... Here you go, and he slams a big backpack on the table in front of him, which he just pulled out from underneath. Like a purse?
Like a purse.
This bag runs about 5,000 gold. I have this purse here, and he holds up a little handy haversack, which he slams on the table next to it. This I can part for much cheaper, around 2,000 gold.
Cole, in your head, Cole, how much do you have on you?
Why?
In your head! I'm just asking.
I can respond with my thoughts.
Oh, yeah. I thought, okay, yeah. I only have, 900 gold.
You watch as the gnome just, starts snapping in front of your face. Just, starts waving, hello?
I don't think we're getting that item.
I don't think so either.
I wouldn't have enough to help with that.
I'll distract him as they're talking in their brains. What do you have for belts? Do you have anything special for belts?
Belts?
How much shit could we store in there?
I have a certain one, but based off of your previous one's price range, I don't think it's within yours. It's for the more hearty of kinds, and he holds up a big thick belt onto the table, which he pulls out of a chest nearby.
Oh, well, as you can tell, I'm quite a hearty man. It's been a constant battle between my belt and me.
Are you also a wealthy man, maybe? Hopefully? Because this is about 7,000 gold.
Oh my god, this guy's so bad.
What does this belt do? Does it allow me to belch more coins?
No, in fact, it increases your heartiness by quite a bit. Not to mention, makes you quite persuasive to fellow dwarves.
I know the belt you're talking about. How now? Definitely something to look forward to. I don't have the money now, but later on. As you can imagine, it's not quite safe to carry 7,000 just on the streets here.
I do have a belt that is quite popular in these waters currently. I've been doing this incantation for a number of people. It's a sort of... adaptation enchantment. Are you maybe interested?
Adaptation? Is this one of your experiments I've heard so much about?
It is not, unfortunately. It is, it's but, it is but, a simple water-breathing enchantment, as well as, breathing any kind of gas you might encounter. It makes your lungs quite adaptable, let's put it that way.
Now I see. And I imagine this will run up a price since it could be life-saving.
Since it's quite popular currently, it's running a bit high. Maybe 1,200 gold.
Oh. 1,200 is actually not Not too bad.
Otherwise, I was showing some customers some of my other stuff. I have been recently imbuing gems with elemental creatures. I showed a customer... Oh, that Naldo woman you mentioned. I showed her my adhesive options. And he pulls out, like, a jar of white liquid. This, can cause quite the bond between two objects when applied. So much so that only a certain spell or potion could remove them. I've got a lot. I've got ammunition if any of you are so range inclined.
Can you augment magical items?
I suppose I could take some custom orders, yeah.
Because I have these gauntlets, and I guess I was wondering how much it would cost to make them deal like a specific type of or to inflict a specific type of wound on an enemy.
Well, to be honest, adapting an already existing enchantment is quite difficult. If you wished me to create a new item of my own craft to inflict such damage, I would be more than capable of doing that for sure. However, turning this incantation into an altered incantation not only is quite risky, but it could result in losing the item altogether.
Well, how much would that run the cost then?
That gets complicated depending on the details of the enchantment. What are we currently dealing with?
I'll show him my Knucklers of Life Stealing.
Okay. As he takes it from you, he holds them in his hand, and you guys watch as his right eye, flashes a silver color. Its iris goes entirely silver for a brief moment as he takes out a monocle from his pocket and puts it over the eye. You guys can see the eye even clearer for a brief moment as he stares at the item for a brief moment, and then putting his monocle back away, he looks up at you as the color from the eye fades back to normal.
This incantation is very complex. It would be quite risky to add something to it, meaning it could be quite costly, more so than some of the items I've shown you here. This incantation already is quite powerful.
Just a thought then, and I'll take it back.
What exactly damage were you looking for?
One that, disrupts an enemy's mind, like the damage that my knives deal, and I'll, manifest one in front of them.
I don't exactly know what that knife is in your hands, but I think you're asking for psychic energy, and that would be the rarest of incantations to provide. If I were to add it to those knucklers you were asking, it would cost you a fortune. To apply them to a simple pair of knucklers, however, could also run a couple of thousand gold pieces. However,
Just a couple of them?
if you would like to commission this, and you'd like to discuss the level of incantation you'd like me to apply, I would take a down payment to work on this project for you over the next few weeks.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know if or when we're coming back here, so.
That is why I take the down payment. That way, if you don't return, I have a product to sell, and I'm not out of the expense altogether.
So how much would the down payment run?
Depends on the enchantment you're looking for. If you're looking for the strongest of enchantment, you're looking at near 20 to 30,000 gold pieces. Not on down payment, I'm talking in total. The down payment of that, I'd probably be looking for around 20%. That being said, I follow a similar rule for most of my items. If you're looking for a much cheaper enchantment, something, I don't know, something very rare, or something rare, say it cost around 7,000 gold pieces, I would be looking for 20% of that up front. Does that make sense?
Hey guys, I interrupt. I gotta get off. It's getting too late.
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, appreciate you having you. See you next time.
Does
I'm
there
out.
anything
Thanks for
you're
being my
still
drink,
looking
buddy.
for at all?
Yeah, no, I don't. You don't have to
It's
tell
the
us
small
now.
stuff.
Feel free
Yeah.
to message me privately, and I'll let you know what you're able to gather in the rest of the day. Otherwise,
Sounds great.
I'll let you know. But yeah,
All right.
just
Bye, guys.
private message me, and I'll work it out.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Peace. Okay. Yeah. You guys are still in the shop. He's in front of you. What would you like to do?
Sell, high quality papers and inks.
I believe my friend Margrave will sell you what he's got.
I do tend to have quite the stock up in my laboratory up there. If you'd like to come with me.
Yes.
He motions to the back ladder in the back of his laboratory, where you follow him after he climbs up and pushes open a metal hatch to the room above.
I'm willing to purchase a hefty amount. I'm willing to purchase 1,000 golds worth today of papers and inks if you have the stock.
Okay, as you ascend into the second level of this room, you, Cole, are greeted with a very pleasant sight, which you're kind of envious of for a brief moment. You can kind of see like a representation of it on the screen here, but it's a very warm laboratory compared to like the metal iron room below you. As you can see, there's a number of tables with various apparatus and magical implements displayed upon the tabletop. You can see there's a number of glass cases beyond with creatures suspended in some sort of liquid behind. A ladder reaches up into an area above where a chandelier hangs down. Currently lit, there is a number of books which line bookshelves leading to the top of this little domed structure. And as the ladder is currently in an upward position, you watch as he pulls it downward and starts to climb upward, where you can see he's got a large stack of paper pushed in between a couple of books, where he starts to pull it out in bulk and stack it into his arm as he descends down the ladder. You're looking for, I assume, the means to transfer spells. I'm
Yes.
not naive, of course.
No, yes, I definitely am looking for inks able to hold magical incantations and paper as well.
I've got both the means for you. Anybody still below deck talking to Razdon can continue to think about what they'd like to search for while he's talking to Cole real quick. I have the means for yourself. You can probably buy me out. I have a source within the city limits. I won't be without for very long. I've got a farm up in the yields where I have them pressing reeds for me daily to create new paper.
One could be so lucky.
What are you looking for exactly?
So, I mean, this is where my understanding goes a little. I mean, because it just says for every level of spell, it's 50 gold worth of. Like, that's it. And they're just saying that money is represented as papers and inks.
Yes, as papers and inks. So, you can pre-purchase levels worth of papers and inks. The question is, it's 50 gold per level. How many levels worth? And then mark it down that you have that many levels worth.
Okay, because I was gonna say I'd spend 1,000 gold.
Okay.
To buy what he has, if I can.
Yeah, and he is charging currently 60 gold for a level's worth. So if you're gonna spend 1,000 gold.
Yeah, that messes up the math a little bit.
No, I've got it. Don't worry.
Well, I mean, I can also probably do a little bit more. I have some more money. It just wasn't.
I mean, you're welcome to barter if you want.
Just to make it easier to be round instead of like point something.
So you can buy for 1,000 gold. You can buy 16 levels worth.
Yeah.
And that'll give you some change. Or if you want, you can spend
I will
like
do 1,200 gold's worth. So it'd be 50 gold for level later on. Still should be low.
You're doing 1,200 gold's worth. Is that what you said? Oh, I'm muted. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. You said you're doing you're doing 1,200 gold's worth.
Yes.
Okay, so you have 20 levels worth of spells, paper.
Yes.
Which is a lot. You leave with vials worth of inks to the point where he loads them up in a box for you to take.
Lithos does have a bag of holding.
Yeah. The one that you... Well, did you take back the one filled with bombs?
He did, yeah.
Then yeah, you have one filled with bombs and now ink and paper, I assume.
Yeah. So it's in that we don't have to carry a bulky thing.
Yeah, and you, as you're handed like the boxes of ink as well as the stacks of paper, you start to stuff them into your bag of holding. To which an eyebrow raised from Margrave. He looks at you with a question as he hands over the last stack. So, tell me, what exactly brings you to these waters?
We actually have just landed on
No. You confused my question. What brings you to these waters? I have come to start my business with my newfound companion here. I assume you must be following suit, like many businessmen before you.
Yes. I more just joined this crew very recently was more my point. I was kind of for hire, and this is where it's taking me at the moment.
Oh, interesting. And what kind of specialty do you focus?
I tend to lean more into time magic.
His eyes go wide. Time magic? That's not one I've dabbled in once, nor would I dare to try. It's a bit bold of you, but hey, if you don't cherish your limbs, that's on you.
I avoided it for many years. It doesn't want to be ignored anymore.
Interesting. Well, I'm intrigued to say the least. Keep me informed of any findings. If you find yourself back on Dragontooth Rock, don't be a stranger. I wish to know more of time magic. And should I find anything you might need, I know who to talk to. Sorry, say it again.
I was just gonna say, imagine this room's lit up like crazy with detect magic.
Yeah, there's so much so that, like, it
gets weird in between every jar. Like it seems
Sure,
that
yeah.
there's eyes within jars which have like magical properties fit within them. It's hard to draw your attention to any one spot.
No, I imagine it's overwhelming, yeah.
Even some of the books amongst his bookshelves up above are glowing.
But yes,
and as
no,
he
I
finishes,
definitely am always going to be in the market for papers and inks. So,
well, wonderful. I'll have more for you when you return. And he returns them to their spot up in the bookshelves, and he opens up the hatch below once more to let you down.
I will go back down and meet up with the rest of the crew.
There you guys hear Razdon. So, anything else I can get you guys? Anything at all, I swear.
Actually, there is something I was wishing I could do for you. So first off, I have some magic items I wish to sell, and perhaps mark down the price of that water-breathing belt.
Well, I mean, if there's an enchantment I can take a look at, I can't pass up the opportunity. What do you have?
I hold up a little orb, and I clench my fist so it points north. Doesn't get affected by big metal rocks. Doesn't get affected by water. Pretty hard to break. I've tried. But it always points north, no matter what. A little orb direction. And here, and I pull out a candle that's probably still burning. And here is a candle that it's a forever ablaze candle as well. And I also have a little experiment for myself. And I pull out that one jar that looks like aloe again. I'm still not sure what this is, but I figured you would actually be interested in it.
Okay. As you pull out these items and put them on the table, once again he pulls out this monocle and you watch his eye go silver, glossing over. He begins to study these 3 items put in front of him.
Some of these are a lot more common than you'd think, but many of them are quite useful upon these waters, I'll tell you that much. Something that always points north and something that always stays lit is helpful on the waters, that is true. I suppose these 2 items I could take off your hands for a couple hundred gold apiece, and as for the aloe, this is quite helpful. It is an ointment. It's a sort of healing ointment. It'll come in quite a. It would be quite useful to have as well. I suppose I could take most of these things off of you. For a total of, let's see, with the aloe, I could do a total of 800 gold pieces.
800 of that, so that'd be 35.
That is, of course, off of the 1200 for the Belt of Adaptation.
Mm-hmm.
To 400?
For 400? I was wondering, since they're doing a bit of business, if we could get a bit of a markdown. I hear the aloe is quite literally a lifesaver, and I don't think you'll have a problem selling the orb of direction, as common as you say it is.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check for me.
Gladly. 18.
He kind of puts his hand to his chin and runs it through his fingers for a brief moment. I suppose I'll have no trouble reselling any of these items. This is true. Okay, I'll give you a clean 1,000 for the lot of them. 200 from you, and this belt of adaptation is yours. He holds out his hand and shakes yours. With his other, he hands over the belt of adaptation and holds out his hand in response.
Yep, and I put it on my counter. 200, put it in his hand. Always a pleasure.
Wonderful. Okay, so that belt, I'm gonna break the voice because I don't need to. The belt of adaptation is the same as a necklace of adaptation, which just means you can breathe normally in any environment. Which means advantage on saving throws made against harmful gases such as cloud kill and stinking cloud as well. And other inhaled poisons, of course.
You guys were sitting there being like water breathing. I was just sitting in the back and I was like, I only cast that every day for everyone. You always have it. You don't need an item for it, but
You know, I'm not there with you all the time. It's just like you're a great guy to have when you're not.
It's all breathing.
Yeah. Honestly, I thought it was just water breathing too.
You get launched into space, you'll be totally fine.
I mean, the vacuum of space will still be a problem, but you can breathe.
You could technically breathe.
Yeah.
Breathe.
It's not.
It's an air
being able to breathe
purifier.
isn't the only problem in space.
Yes.
You can breathe.
You can breathe. Your eyes are still going to get shot out of your sockets, though.
But you can breathe.
Alaric, what are you doing?
Yeah,
Alaric would like to offer up his gloves of swimming and climbing, and ask him how much he can get for him.
Oh, you guys just seem to be filled with all sorts of surprises.
Also, the collapsible pole that I got from the camp that one time. I don't know if it's magical or not, but I have
have
it.
an immovable rod.
That's Gargax has that.
Okay.
That's really
Well, good sir. We may not be flush with cash as some of your practitioners, but we do have items for trade.
Yeah, I can see this. The collapsible pole doesn't exactly have much value to it. However, on top of the gloves, I'd be willing to pay 1,200 gold worth for those items. Or if you're looking to make a trade.
I'd like to trade the gloves and my pole for the ring.
For the ring of protection?
Yes.
Well, I don't know if these will cover the full cost of your ring.
What are you saying, Sayri?
Night, Kush.
Oh, good night, Kush.
Night, Kush.
Yeah.
I don't know if this will cover the full cost of your ring necessarily, but I suppose if you're willing to give these up, I could cover over half the cost of the ring, bringing it down to 1,200 gold for the ring of protection.
I will buy it.
Now we're getting business.
He once again puts out his hand for the gloves of climbing and swimming, as well as the collapsible pole, and as soon as he takes them, you watch as he once again pulls out the monocle, the eye. He even presses the button on the collapsible pole and steps back as it shoots from his hand and fires across his lab, to which it like clatters against something, and you watch the man like cringe for a brief second as he then reaches down and grabs the ring of protection, which is a very small ring with a sort of swirling pattern to its gold band, which in its in its center, it clutches a shining red ruby between it's 2 swirling bands. And as he hands it over to you, you can feel the spark of magical energy as he passes it over between your fingertips. But you have a ring of protection, it's known as. It is on 5e tools, or it should be.
Okay.
It will increase your AC by 1.
Cool.
Which just means Alarad's even harder to hit now. Great.
Yeah.
Anybody else doing anything?
Does that require attunement?
It'll say on 5e tools. It does.
Oh, same thing with the belt of adaptation?
Belt of adaptation.
It's a bonus to your AC and saving throws, by the way.
It does, yes. The necklace of adaptation.
So any save has an extra bonus as well for you.
With a belt.
You can go into the Cove. You can note that on your sheet as well. Do you have anything that makes it possible to communicate long distances?
To fish? Oh, long distance.
No.
Well, I have. Are you sure you don't want to talk to fish?
I mean, maybe.
You already have a guy for that.
Oh.
No, we have a guy for that. Yeah, you can't trick me.
Sorry, I've just got a nice trident. I'm just trying to get off my hands.
I mean, if you don't want it, I'll take it.
Well, do you have money for it?
That's not what I was saying.
I'm running a business.
Yes, but the communication thingy.
Yeah, I have, I mean, I constantly make sending stones for people. It's one of the most common things I craft. Is that what you're looking for? Or...
No. Do you have anything that would improve one arcane damage?
Like a sort of focus?
Yeah, like a focus.
Yeah, we have a number of wands that my good friend Margrave here has been working on.
That's under like 600 gold.
That's under 600 gold, then. He says kind of like, like
I don't want him to bring out his best stuff and then I can't pay for it.
Do you not have anything for trade, Sayeri?
I left the hat on the ship.
Can you send Cinnabon to go get it?
You know what, I really could just send
I
Cinnabon
have
to go
one
get it.
item on me that might be worth a trade.
Yeah, you know what, I'll send her. She's fast.
I do actually have a wand. This one, I personally like his incantation for it, but Margrave here made, it's called the Wand of the War Mage. It, increases your spellcasting by 1, point of spellcasting. You know how, spellcasting works, obviously. And, it also, causes your spells to envelop an area wholly in the future, making it harder to hide behind cover from them.
Hey, I have to get off, but yeah. Thanks, guys.
Good night. You need anything else while we're shopping?
Yeah.
No, I think I'm good.
Feel free to message me if you think of anything, and we can retcon it. Cool.
Players are dropping like flies.
Yeah. He's just how it is. He's getting bait.
Oh, it is. It's true. It's 10:30 already. If you could, how do you feel about hat of like wizardry, except it's for warlocks?
It's not only FYI. It's not only for warlocks. It doesn't have any requirements.
Oh, it's just a hat of like.
It's a hat of cantrips, basically. I just said warlock because it was more educating to say that.
What does your hat do, actually?
Get a bunch of cantrips.
I have it written down.
You can access 1 extra cantrip, is what the hat means.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, whatever number of cantrips you have right now, you could do 1 more if you got the hat.
Yeah. It lets you choose 1 of any cantrip, but the difference is when you use that cantrip, you have to you have to use an intelligence save to cast it. You have to cast it through the hat, which is slightly different. So it does
require a save to do it. It's better for smarter people, but
Yes, I am not a smart man.
Yeah, neither is Sayuri, apparently. Aki.
Yeah. Am I wrong?
I'll tell that to the guy. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, no, she didn't. I made sure. I double checked.
You were asking him how much if he would take it, though? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, how much he would take it for.
Well, what exactly? Can I take a look at the incantation?
Well, it's a unique one. Although complicated to work, I suppose I could sell it to the right person. Maybe I'll take 200 gold for it.
Come on, you don't say. Didn't we hear that there was a artificer for the guilds, or didn't one of the crews have a wizard as well? I'm pretty sure
many of the crews have a wizard. When it comes to artificers in the city, I'm the best around.
So you wouldn't need these hats, but you could definitely sell it to a sucker who does.
Yeah.
Perhaps. Yes. I'd say.
Describe his business.
What's that? I'd say it's worth a bit more than 200. Is what I mean.
You could roll a persuasion check.
Sure.
A
natural 20 again! For
you're the best! You're the best at take shopping!
I can see it being a little bit worth more, I suppose. I'll take 250 for it, but unfortunately, not many intelligent souls come upon these seas.
Intelligent enough to seek you out.
Shots fired.
My sprite will bring in the hat sometime soon, I assume.
What, you didn't have it on? I thought you said you were attuned to it.
No, I said that I said we were going to get it.
Yeah.
But didn't you earlier say you were attuned to it?
Yeah, I'm always attuned to it. But doesn't mean I'm wearing it.
You can't be attuned to it and leave it behind. Those aren't synonymous.
Can you not do that?
No, I believe
you could.
I don't think you can leave an attuned item behind. I think that's part of attuning. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, then I have it on me.
Oh, no. You very much can leave attuned items behind. Never mind.
It just still takes your slot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
your pixie comes back with it very shortly. You're not too far away, especially for a flying creature. She can skirt across the water, no problem, and come back with your hat, which she does. And Razdon looks at it eagerly.
Okay, 250.
Okay. Are you looking for cash, correct?
In gold, yeah.
Trade? Yeah, gold. He hands you 250 gold in a small pouch.
Thank you.
Is there anything else you need from Razdon here? Yes.
Yes. Wait, you first, Lucas. I mean, Cole.
This just popped in my head. Do you happen to sell incense?
That again, I'll have to redirect
or if you're
Margrove here, but he'll be able to help you. And Margrove immediately starts climbing up his ladder once more. I'll be right back. And he pushes open the hatch, coming down with. He pops his head down. How much do you need exactly?
For the incense, I'd be able to purchase like 30 gold's worth.
Do you want to spend 30 gold's worth?
Yeah.
Okay, he brings down the full 30 gold's worth. He doesn't upcharge you or anything.
I will give him 30 gold, and I will add that to my inventory.
As you guys wrap up your... Oh, you had a question for him, Sayuri. Razdon.
Yeah, he was the one talking about enchanting. Wasn't it also him who was talking about enchanting things and there being a down payment?
It is possible for me to do enchantments, yes.
If I were to bring a nice purse, how much would it cost to give it the abilities of a lesser handy haversack?
To enchant a purse already, it would take, of course, some time, which is the main factor. But other than that, I could probably do it for 1,000 gold. Down payment of 200 right now. And then you can pick it up within a week's time.
Okay, and I'll give him 200 gold back.
200, okay. That'll be 800 upon pickup, but I will start work on it now, and I will send you a personal message when it is completed.
I will find a cute purse and I will bring it by the end of this day.
Wonderful.
Or send Cinnabon with it. One of the two.
I will await your little sprite friend.
Does anybody else want to do anything with Razdon?
AJ, you want anything?
AJ is not
gold pieces.
AJ is not as rich of an individual as some of you, but I will say he does
Well, is there anything you
currently
might be
have
looking
50
for?
gold pieces to his name.
Yeah, but does he need anything?
If there's anything, we might be able to help.
Ethereum,
Yeah.
you're part of the crew. Is there anything you want to get?
I think I'm good for right now.
You sure? My too?
Yeah.
Do you have anything to make our healers more healy?
That is probably one of the stupidest sentences I have ever heard.
Yeah, but do you?
Do you have anything, any holy relics? Is what she's asking. Any holy relics to help the holy men?
Unfortunately, I don't think I do. Places... this sounds more like the job of a sort of place of worship, more so than myself.
Margrave speaks up. That's not entirely true. You were able to create a staff not too long ago that enhances sort of cure magic.
Yes, but I'm trying to stay within their price range. I don't think you have 10,000 gold on you.
No.
It's something to look forward to. Although, actually...
He brings out a staff which swirling in like beautifully shaped wood, not carved. It does seem to be a branch shaped in the swirling pattern with like what looks like a claw of a hand, like branching out in 5 different directions at the top. And as he brings it out, he begins.
This is quite expensive, but it holds a number of magical charges within it, in which you can cast things like healing magic, even if you're not able.
Did you make this yourself?
I had to acquire the magics of one of the nearby churches, as few as there are, but yes, I did make the staff myself.
Remarkable. Do you ever make... Also, you make a lot of enchantments. Is there any... I hear you make experimental ones, correct?
Those aren't so much enchantments as much as they are creations.
Is there any creations you wanted to see work, but nobody has the gall to actually try it?
There's a shield I've been trying to push off on someone, but, nobody's been eager to take me up on it.
And he pulls up with a lug. He slams on the table a large round shield.
It seems people aren't so eager to take a shield that might cut them.
And he presses a button on the back of it, and you watch as blades on all sides of this round iron buckler shoot out, and you can see as a number of sharp edges can be seen, almost like a ninja star on all sides of this buckler. Even the front of the buckler, its centralized like iron point sticks out in like a jabbing edge now on the end.
It cracks quite a punch for anybody who strikes at it, and you can strike with it.
And he kind of starts making like a striking motion with his hand.
However, not many have taken me up on its offer.
Can imagine. You see, I think you made the top spike a little too tall. You hold it to the side to block, and it'll go right into someone's eye.
Ah, maybe. Oh, that's a good point. Maybe I should try a tower shield.
That's good. Yeah. Rather than a buckler that's supposed to be more.
What was that? Sorry, you didn't come in clearly.
I said, rather than a little buckler that's what's called? Rather than a little buckler that's supposed to be mobile and move freely. Tell you what though, if you mark down the price for some of your other things, I'm sure I could persuade one of the idiots on my crew to at least try out the concept and see if it works.
Might be up Gregor's alley.
Yes.
Make a persuasion check.
Gladly. Oh, it had to run out some points.
Roll it again!
I mean, a bunch of guys on our ship.
Roll it again!
He's saying he'll use his ability.
I'm
you.
using my carnal shifty thingy.
Oh!
He's saying you can roll it again.
Thank you! It's not better, but it's okay. 13.
Okay. He kind
I'm
of.
really based on how eager he is.
He kind of withdraws from the remark.
You guys have purchased quite a bit. If you were with the last group to come in yesterday, you're slowly clearing me out of some of my goods. I can appreciate that, yes. I'm willing to give a discount on my experimental gear to and your crew. Who are you all with?
Captain Lord
Gil, right?
Yes.
Captain Gil. Yes, your man yesterday. He bought my experimental sword off of me, and if you were to send another person my way, I will definitely give you a discount on all my experimental wares. I believe one of your men talked about buying my explosive hammer I'm currently working on.
Ah, yes. Dirk will
That
not
sounds
shut
like
up
a
about
good
the
guess.
boom. It's quite annoying. A nuisance you've made me. Quite a headache you've given me.
Yes, well, I've talked about holding that for him, so if another friend were to come back, I'll give you a discount on all the experimental wares. Probably more of my wares if you keep talking all smooth like you lot like to.
Question.
Answer.
Can you assess the value of something, like, just for fun? I'm just curious.
I can assess my value of it. That
Yeah,
is,
cool.
of
I'm gonna
course,
take
all
my
value
flattery.
is one's worth.
You are an experienced appraiser, so we will take it.
I'm just curious about the monetary value of it, and I'll take off my flood waistband, and I'll put it in front of him.
Like how you're like, I'm just doing this for fun, even though it's
I
a
just wanna
homebrew
know.
item I brought into this campaign. I just want to make Chris price it just for the fucking fun of it.
I mean, I really do know.
It's your pricing.
I'm never gonna give it up because it's too cute. I just want to
Then
know
why
how
are
much
you
it-
making me do this?
You
That's my
don't have
point.
to.
Is like you're making
don't
me do
have
this
to.
for no
I just
reason.
I'm just curious.
I'm not a fucking accountant.
I'm just curious.
I'm aware. That's my point.
I mean, you don't have to. We'll just retcon
No,
it.
he's
See it
appraising
in
it. You watch as he takes out his monocle once more, and his eyes shine with that silver light as he begins to appraise the incantation on the belt you've just taken off.
I love you, Chris.
It seems mostly a aesthetic enchantment. I could probably offer you 400, maybe 500 gold pieces for it. It's unique, and I can appreciate that.
I was just curious, and I'll put it back on.
Easy. You know, if you ever find another belt.
No. This is my belt. It goes with my outfit.
Okay.
Just
Are you guys done harassing this poor gnome?
Was that?
Are you guys done harassing this poor gnome?
Yeah.
Okay. As you guys leave his wares, he kind
I
of...
made a friend with Mark.
Yep.
Oh,
He always wears God's extra.
He likes this guy likes this.
I met with the wizard. We had a nice talk, and when I left.
Oh, I'm so happy. I haven't been able to talk to anyone except people that are trying to
That's
kill
about
us.
as well as a shopping bit can go.
Yeah, I think the only thing I want now is some spicy peppers for the thing Litos is cooking up for me.
Do they sell like creatures in the like a pet shop?
She wants
Like a magic pet
pets.
shop?
This was in the chat. She wants to find pets, specifically magical pets.
If not, that's okay. Cause he's so mad at me. He looks so done with my shit.
First the evening's getting, fairly.
I mean, we
getting
can say
fairly
no for
on in
now.
the evening.
I'm assuming we're doing more days on the Dragontooth.
But as it reaches about noon as you guys, spend your evening getting fitted, or spend your afternoon or your morning getting fitted, and then searching the foundry. As the noon approaches, you guys spend your afternoon inside Razdon's wares. And by the time you all emerge, it's nearing around 2 o'clock. You guys have the rest of the day ahead of you and venture out deeper into the town to take on various deeds. You want to find sort of a pet salesman, Sayuri?
Yeah. Or it could be, because it's not necessarily like a necessity.
It is something you can casually do by yourself as the rest of the crew wanders with you throughout the town, spending the rest of their day shopping out the evening. If you guys would like to message me directly about other things you would like to partake in, I can finish out these kind of interactions, in chat, and we can, discern how the rest of your evening is worked out. But you'll be returning to the ship around sunset today too for another similar meeting. And just for the sake of the stream, we're going to have to cut it off here just because it's getting near 6 hours. So if you would like to personally message me what you would like to finish up your day in Dragontooth Rock with, you can do so. If there's something you still need to purchase, make sure to include that in there with me. But you will next be returning to the ship eventually at the end of the day to regroup with your party. To which more merriment may ensue for all you know, but you have the day to yourselves. So we're going to go ahead and wrap up there. Anybody else want to do anything while I'm here?
I believe I'm good.
Here, I can try to message you the rest.
Okay, perfect. Wonderful. Okay.
Holy shit, that was a session.
I got to do what every wizard does in shopping episodes. It's spend all my money on paper and ink.
On paper and ink, yep. Okay.
It really did.
That is
And
so
it's
perfect.
still only good for 20 levels worth of spells.
I mean, that's still
That's a lot of levels. That's actually a lot of levels.
It is.
Thank you all to the viewers who tuned
But if
in.
I write
Good night.